Hello and welcome, welcome, welcome. This is an awesome episode because we're talking about something that all of us have opinions about. Safety and security. It's the things children need, but also people don't seem to realize adults need it as well. That feeling of safety and security, and more specifically, that cozy feeling like that the outside world cannot come in and that you are in this wonderful safe place that is exactly the way you want it to be. That is where humans thrive. So we're going to talk about it today. I'm very excited about it. I hope that everybody here in the panel and in the chat will be sure to let us know their own tips and tricks, because we're going to start by talking about why is safety and security so important. But then the majority of it, more than likely, we're just going to talk about how everybody helps make themselves feel safe and secure, how to make your home feel cozy, and also all your other environments. Like for me personally, because when I'm in my car, I'm often alone. It also feels like a very private place that sort of everybody can look in on, because no curtains in a car. Disappointing. So it's so for me, like, I have worked hard to make all of my vehicles that I drive also feel cozy. So think about like all the environments where you spend a lot of your time, whether that's an office or your home or your car, all the things, your backyard, if that's where you spend a fair amount of your time. All these places very likely could do with an examination bias of how to feel safer, secure, cozy, welcome. So to start with, we have fantastic panelist. Why did I say panelist? It doesn't matter.
I am wearing pants.
So am
I don't know. I'm feeling funny today. There's a fantastic Megan. There's a lovely Charlie. And there's a gorgeous Laura. No, she's also brilliant. And there is Tom, my brother, and also the foil to all of my shenanigans.
Makes it shine even brighter.
Tom, who, like, it's definitely the bumper on my shenanigans, but also the person who aids and abets me too.
My first thought was, are you calling me Adam Devine's character?
Oh, no.
Never. No one deserves the treatment.
Right? Definitely not to your face. It's fine. I had another thought, but it's totally gone. So anyway, take it away, y'all.
I'm almost afraid to talk because Chaos Demon only just put his headsets on, so I don't know how safe it is to
That's fair. That's fair assessment.
Like, so also the reason I wanted to bring up this subject was, since we've been talking about, previously love languages and, thriving. Well, to thrive, Maslow's right about the hierarchy. You got to feel safe. And you have to feel, in what is safe, but you are among others that you can trust.
I guess we should, like, review Maslow's hierarchy again.
Because as much as people have tried to disprove it, and trust me, people have, like, used their entire career to try to disprove his hierarchy of needs. It still stands up. It's one of the few things from that period of psychology that still stands up and holds a lot of weight.
Unlike a lot of the other stuff.
Yeah.
So let's go over again. And this is things that were taught to me in the education program. I want to go over this and know that I will be inadvertently roasting many teachers. So, in that I'm not coming for your teachers, but I'm coming for your teachers. So if you notice here at the bottom of the pyramid, the most important needs that we have to be aware of that people need is breathing. You need to be able to breathe, and it needs to be, again, I'm going to go with safe. It needs to be safe, and we need to feel confidence in the air we're breathing. Food, again, if you're suspicious of the food, if it's questionable, if it's not fresh enough, or you're concerned it'll make you sick, that's a problem. Water, same. Truly, adults have a need for sex and sexuality, but also, to be honest, many children start experiencing burgeoning, feelings or identification of their own sex and sexuality, and that they need to feel that they're in a safe place to explore that.
In some ways, I almost feel like that might be better termed as intimacy in a way, because when you actually read the literature, a lot of what he's talking about is touching. You know, what we talked about in previous episodes, safe, non-sexual, consensual touching, hugs, kisses, cuddles, things of that nature. And that's something that most people really do need, except for, of course, those few who are sex repulsed.
And sleep. So this is one that was stressed to me in the education program of, if a child did not have a safe place to sleep at night, there were people arguing, yelling, there were shots fired, or just even like very loud noises, such as a lot of 18-wheelers went by and disturbed their sleep. This can mean that they'll show up the next day at school and they may fall asleep in your classroom. And that is not a bad thing. That means they feel safe enough to sleep there, that they feel safe that you will not let them come to harm while their body gets the rest it desperately needs. And that is why we were instructed to not disturb a sleeping child. If the child frequently falls asleep in your class, then you definitely need to discuss that with the counselor, the school nurse, and the parents, because perhaps that child has some sort of disorder, such as narcolepsy or other sleeping problems, that the parents are not aware that the child is not getting adequate sleep, because again, the parents are not monitoring a child while they sleep. But it may also be that they're just in an environment at home where they don't feel safe to sleep. And again, to discuss that with a counselor, because a social worker may need to be brought in to help the family find a safer place so that the child can get adequate sleep. But again, throwing things at children in class, I have seen and heard about teachers throwing things, including chalk and books, at a sleeping child, is absolutely inappropriate and definitely the sign of an abusive adult in authority.
I once had a teacher that would throw a metal stapler at kids, and he would open it up in hopes that it would actually inject a staple.
And again, when I say child, I want to make it clear I'm discussing teenagers as well. Teenagers actually need more sleep than elementary school children. Elementary school children need on average 8.5 to 9 hours of sleep, whereas teenagers need 9.5 to 11.5 hours of sleep a night. And, well, like throughout their day. So teenagers often will nap in the afternoons as a way to catch up on that, because their family does not give them an adequate opportunity to get sleep at night, to get that up to 11.5 hours of sleep at night. So they'll often nap, and yes, they may nap in class. And believe me, it is a sign that you are a good teacher, that they feel safe enough to fall asleep, but also leave them the damn alone. Simply at the end of class, if you need to, wake them up or just let them sleep, but be sure to let them know before they leave that day what they missed, which part of like the page or which pages in the textbook you went over, that this is important. And then also let them know, like, well, you're not thrilled maybe they fell asleep. As long as they catch up, they're fine. But if they don't catch up, they need to come talk to you as a teacher so that you can figure out a different learning plan for them. What's going on? Perhaps it's just a temporary problem. But if it's a more permanent problem, then as the teacher, your job is to get more resources for that student such as, again, discussing things with the nurse, the counselor, other support people such as social workers to help this student get the help. Children do not know that there is more social supports available, and they don't know when it is appropriate to ask for more supports and resources. But as an adult in authority, that is literally your job as a teacher, is to be aware of the social supports and utilize them on behalf of the child. So again, I'm coming for people's teachers, even their beloved ones. It drives me nuts that Robert Galbraith talks lovingly about her chemistry teacher that she based Snape on, and it's like, no, he was a terrible person. But anyway, homeostasis, which is really about, how do I say this? For me, that is what, as a child, it's like when things feel like just predictable, routine. Children need routine. Adults need routine. They need to have certain parts of every day that are predictable for them. In a good way, predictable, not in a bad way, like every time when I come home, he will yell at me. That is not a good predictable. But like every day we come home, somebody makes dinner, we eat dinner, and then everybody goes about their day with whatever they have planned. Like that is a good kind of predictability. And then, of course, excretion. You know it because your pets have to come into your bathroom to watch you go because they want you to feel safe because they are considerate creatures. Just want to point that out. I mean, it feels weird. Oh, my cat, the new cat, Kitty. Anytime I'm in the bathroom, she'll get in there and she'll like, oh, I guess I need to go as well. And she will go sit in her litter box in the bathroom and make extended eye contact with me. It is so uncomfortable. I'm like, ma'am, why are you just staring into my eyes? I try to look away and she's just like, no, let us stare together while we both pee. Like,
My
but
dog does that too.
yes, my dog used to do that as well. And then even when like we would take Cassie outside to go poop, she still had to stare. But part of that is the assumption that if we both look at each other, we can look over each other's shoulders to make sure nothing is coming behind each other. That again, we are offering that safety. So dogs get upset, understandably, that we don't look in their general direction when they poop. Because how will you know if something is coming behind me that you can defend me from? So again, it is a safety thing. Humans need to feel safe. Have you ever tried to take a poop out somewhere when you did not feel safe or you were concerned somebody was about to bust into your stall? It is a very upsetting experience.
Oh, when I was a child, I had to use an outhouse at my great grandparents, and because they, I'm not even going to get into it. At any rate, I had to use an outhouse, and I was a small child, and they prefaced this with, "Oh, remember that time the snake got into got in there? Remember the time that so and so got bit by this kind of bad spider or that kind of bad spider?" Like they told me all of the horror stories.
Mm-hmm.
About things that have happened to people in the family in an outhouse. And then they're like, oh, and it's right over there.
Yeah, I had that happen at Girl Scout camp. And they would tell us all the terrible things that had happened to other girls in the outhouses and then insist that we had to use the outhouse and we couldn't just all use the bathroom at the mess hall. There is a lot of messed up adults in this world, and the only thing we could do is educate others and not be like them.
Okay, my last memory of an outhouse was a fun one. So
nobody normally says that, Laura.
I know.
I am so curious.
We were
so there we were as a family dragging that body
as a family
God.
on vacation, taking family photos, and there was like a recreation of an outhouse, like old country. Like we were in Nauvoo, so everything was like recreations of stuff. And so we did a picture of my dad coming out of the outhouse and all of us running and fainting. Like it was so fun.
Versus most people eventually have an experience at some point in life where there's not enough bathrooms to go around, and so someone suddenly knocks really hard, loud, quickly on the door where you are, and that is the quickest way to like stop someone from going to the bathroom.
Right. Like, guess what? I'm going to be here longer because now it's hiding in my body.
Stop hitting the pause button.
So,
But I mean, and you see, like right above that is, what they're saying is safety of, and the safety is just one step removed from the basics of.
So, like security of body of nobody's going to touch you that you did not consent to touch you. And people need that security of body. Again, back to what we're talking about physical intimacy of hugs and cuddles and snuggles and just being able to sit quietly next to a person and not worry that anyone, either you or them, is going to be assaulted.
And let a kid say no.
Oh, the tickling thing? Oh my God. Let me tell you, how long did that debate, quote, in one of my education classes go on about, so my professor brought up about part of the security of body is when somebody, including a child, says, don't tickle me, they are respected, or stop tickling me, they're respected. And you could see who grew up in a less respectful home where their bodily autonomy was not respected versus who grew up in a home where their bodily autonomy was respected. Because that was the lines in our class. As my professor held her line of, no, when a child says, stop tickling me, you respect them. You don't keep tickling. That is not okay. And there were so many, because it's South Mississippi, a lot of country people, a lot of people who just grew up in homes without bodily autonomy respect. Yep. Spence says, tickling was my favorite way of teaching the pizza demon how consent works. Yes, exactly.
And it's so important because no, go over there and kiss your great aunt. I don't know this person. Why do I want to put my lips on them? What?
Right.
There's so much non-consensual touching that's
why I like shaking of hands.
Yeah.
Just shake their hands. Thank you very much. Or my favorite one, can I just curtsy? I loved that as a little girl I have the option to not even touch them. I can just curtsy to little old ladies and not have to kiss them or touch them. Heck yeah. I would like to introduce curtsying and bowing as an option for children. No touchy option to show respect and greeting. I know it's a little formal by our society standards now, but I think it was a wonderful invention. So again, security of body, of employment, of resources, of morality, of the family, of health, and of property. These are very important. When people are afraid, I want you to think about if you've ever watched the musical, The Music Man. Oh, We Got Trouble, right here in River City. And he's talking about all the things people are concerned about. Not all of them can be easily grouped into the same set of concerns, because really a lot of them are talking about there are people who are worried about the morality of youth. There are people who are worried about the safety of family, that the young men, the children will be out at the pool hall, smoking cigarettes, drinking, doing God knows how, listening to jazz. That they're going to be smoking, again, of health, all these things, as if somehow learning to play an instrument will solve all this. But think about that song of he is tapping in to this fear of a lack of safety and security. And it really does rile up the crowd. And I have now seen this in my many decades of the exact same thing. I mean, that is literally what Fox News is predicated on. Oh, we got trouble right here in your hometown. That is how Fox News works.
Yep.
So be aware of that, of when people are concerned, oh, they'll take away our guns. They'll take away our homes. Oh, you can tell when eminent domain shows up.
They'll take away our gas stoves.
Yeah.
Literally the premise behind Wreck-It Ralph, eminent domain.
Uh-huh.
But when people are afraid they'll lose their homes, they get all upset. Oh no, or our property values will go down. So it's not the government, it's integration. The gays are coming. The people of various races are coming and various religions. Our property value will go down. Our homes will be worthless. Again, people will get riled up.
Here, Glory.
Mm.
For the youngins watching this, these are real lines that have been not just said but recorded in newspapers.
Mhm.
What will happen to the home values when the Catholics move in?
That is a real thing.
Or worse, what happens when the Mormons move in?
Oh, no. How about what happens when the Jews move in? Let us not forget the big boogeyman.
Mm-hmm.
Or now when the Muslims move in.
And every single one of these groups have quite literally been firebombed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, when I was in high school, they were building a housing and retreat center out by Gambrel State Forest for Tibetan refugees.
Mm-hmm.
And there was so much consternation about this. And I'm like, have you ever met a Tibetan? Like, they're going to keep to themselves and maybe even make us all act a little bit better. Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
What are you expecting from these people?
They're very sweet people.
Yeah. But I mean, stuff that's not talked about, but I wish I could get more. I wish I get more people of color to understand history we don't talk about. There's no such thing ever as a white monolith of people. There's just the people in power and everyone else who's not part of the people of power. Because I know at least in Mississippi in the 50s, they were literally throwing Molotov cocktails at the homes of Mormons.
Mm-hmm.
Who, look, I don't know how to say this out of the way, but the whitest people you will ever see as a group, as a religious group. Episcopals and Catholics are not as white.
The shortest group of people and the whitest. Like, they're like pocket people. Why would you throw Molotov cocktails into their homes at night? Like, what are you concerned? Are they going to bring down heights in your neighborhood? What's going to happen?
That was the 1950s. That is not ancient history or anything.
And they don't talk about it. They don't talk about the firebombing of Mormon homes in Mississippi, but that went on, I think, for more than a decade.
Yeah.
Until almost all the Mormons moved out of Mississippi in the mid-60s, or by the mid-60s, they'd all moved. Except for a few that hid in the country. Like, when I say country, y'all are all thinking of our idea of urban. And I want you to imagine where there's literally not another soul to hear you scream in a 5-mile radius.
Right.
That is country in Mississippi. And that's where there was just a couple Mormon families that hid out, was in places so rural that not even the deer were going to report on them. And that's how they survived until things got the snitching deer.
Well, it's important to remember this is how systemic oppression always works. Mm-hmm. They only highlight the most useful oppression to them. So they are going to highlight the people that are most obvious, from the top down perspective, that are most obvious to really make sure that they're getting enough hatred and division to keep people from looking at what they're doing. Mm-hmm. So if it's trying not to say bad words, because YouTube just changed their policy on
so isn't it just the first 8 to 15 seconds?
Yes, but they also have added an amorphous use guideline on there that is basically up to the taste of whoever is sent to review the content. Should it be put up for review? So I don't know, but
give it at least a half hour.
There we go. The poop just trickles downhill, and it hits everybody a little bit on the way down, but it kind of piles up at whoever's put on the bottom of the pile, and that's where your cat, get out of my face.
She's not here.
I have a Minerva trying to crawl onto my face right now. But that's where you see a lot of this being taken very specifically you can tell the level of oppression that a group is going after by which rung on this ladder is being specifically targeted.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Thank you.
That's
So
what I was trying to get to.
good point. It's a very good point. So again, when you hear about they're taking our jobs, they're taking our guns, they're taking our property, they're doing things that are affecting our health, such as the scare right now about men need to like infrared their testicles, whatever. Again, they're affecting our health. They're the stability of the family is whatever. You've heard all these.
Won't someone please think of the children?
The children. So be aware, or the security of body again, and again, we're back to the extrusion thing where we see trans folks are targeted with these whole bathroom things.
Oh, and it's even worse. In my state, they just passed a dress code for women in the state in the state legislature. If you are an elected woman, you have to have your arms and chest covered specifically by a jacket, and you cannot show skin on the legs. They just passed this week. I believe it was a midnight session on Saturday that it finally went through.
Oh,
were none of the women invited to this midnight meeting?
Yeah,
it was a woman who like wrote the law. Like,
yeah,
it was an angry white woman who was mad at several of the black female legislators for wearing, honestly, really nice fashionable clothes. Like, not even like risque clothing, just really nice clothes.
Apparently, Spence did not hear about Tucker Carlson's obsession.
Oh yeah, it's a thing. Jesse Gender has a wonderful video breaking it down if you want to get into all the insanity of it.
And yeah, but his what is also literally go, shine your rear at the sun.
Yep. Yep, like a baboon. Okay. So then again, at the level of love and belonging, everybody needs to feel that they can find friends and they can maintain friendship. So here are the issues with that in our modern 21st century society. People are not given adequate amounts of time and socializing options in order to find, establish, and maintain friendships, family, and sexual intimacy. So, again, if people don't have this, they cannot feel fully safe and secure. If you do not have these relationships, these sense of love and belonging, you still cannot feel safe and secure. All of these things are required for you to feel like you are a safe and secure person who is deeply rooted in the world you live in.
Also, this chart doesn't show it, but most of the Maslow pyramids you'll see usually divide the bottom three from the top three, or I guess in this one's the top two, over what are basic needs versus what are growth. This is where you grow. So like self-actualization and esteem is how you grow. But if you don't have the bottom three, you're stuck. You can't think straight.
Love and belonging and all the other ones is still part of the you have basic needs.
Yes, that's the bottom three, Glory. This one only has 5 levels instead of 6.
Oh, okay. So if you don't have friends, if you don't have a family, and if you don't have partners that you can feel sexually intimate with,
or just physically intimate, as we were talking before, like it's just
not everybody's into the happy adult fun times.
But humans do need touch. Like for physiological reasons, we do need touch of some form. Which is why some have come up also with, like I posted to our Instagram group, the autistic steamroller.
So, again, without adequate amounts of time and social opportunities to develop these things, you cannot even feel like a basic human being, let alone a person who is becoming your best self or your full self or whatever the modern words they're using. You need all of these all the time, not some of the time, all of the time. If there's any part of your day where you don't feel that, for instance, you can poop and pee safely, or drink quality water, or feel that you have security of body, or that you can even spend time with your friends, or find friends, or talk to your family, so on, all of the things, then you are going to very much feel cut off from the world. And you're in serious danger, if not already experiencing mental health issues. This is just how human beings are. We know this, and we've known this. We've known this longer than Maslow's hierarchy of needs. We've known this as human beings for literally hundreds, if not actually thousands of years. We have known this. This is the same shit, different pyramid. Okay?
Yeah, you will literally see this in cuneiform. You will see it in Greek.
You
You'll
will
see it
see
in
it
hieroglyphic.
Mesopotamian. You will see it in Babylonian. I literally had to study this in the education program about the Babylonian version interpretation of this pyramid.
And you will see Plato even arguing that we don't need any of these things because knowledge is all that matters.
Yeah, that guy was batshit. Anyway.
Oh, yeah. He had problems.
So I just want to I want to make sure everybody's on the same page understanding what we're talking about. Now, once you have all of these 3 levels, including, I want to put out time. What you need for love and belonging is time and opportunity. In theory, if you've gotten these first 2, then you have enough social skills.
I have an answer for that. Is
For
there
this.
something else I can help with?
I don't know what you're talking about.
The robot is just reading me right now. It's fine.
So, because this is the one I see so much from people in their late 20s, in particular, and early 30s, who have finally gotten a decent job. And then they don't understand why they still feel empty or they still feel alone. Oh, the loneliness. Why? And the answer is because you don't have opportunities you don't have the opportunities and you don't have the time to develop this level.
Mm-hmm.
And so they don't understand they still have not actually achieved basic human needs yet. We can't even get to the more elevated part where you actually start growing as a human being and developing into your full person. But you got to have this set first. And this one, what it really should say is time. You need time to futz around.
And that's why, real psychologists who, truly are interested in the field and not just proving whatever they believe, but just looking at the facts, will admit we don't really know what adult psychology is like because so few ever are able to achieve it because you have to have all those 3 first before you even start to grow into an adult.
Also, I do want to point out, you see this security of body and of health. If you have a chronic illness, you're always going to be struggling with those. Always.
Mm-hmm.
And so what does it mean if you don't have full and complete access to these first 3 levels? It doesn't mean that you can never achieve anything in these top 2. No. It means these will be so much harder. That's all. That's what it really means. So it means you will not get to stay in focusing on these 2 levels as often because you will have to keep going back down here to work on these levels.
And so, and that's why I kind of have a mocking laugh in my head whenever I read the articles from serious science journalists, psychologists, etc., and especially governments talking about, the rise of depression and alienation and anxiety, in modern society. And it's truly I can't imagine why. if only we had studied these and could figure out what's the cause. The answer is the cause is the way the system's set up because it benefits those in power. They know what the answer is. It's just not an answer they like, so they avoid talking about it.
So if you do, through some miracle of modernity, actually achieve these even for a moment, where you feel well-grounded, you feel like you have everything, you have it all, then what will inevitably happen is you will then start spending more time meditating on these two tiers. So first off, we have esteem. Self-esteem, real self-esteem, not 1980s idea of self-esteem.
So now it should now just say self-efficacy.
Self-efficacy. So what is self-efficacy? It is the concept, the idea that when you encounter a problem, a challenge, an unknown, your immediate thought is, okay, how do I go about resolving it, solving it, figuring it out, or investigating it? Rather than, oh, it's too hard, I have to just give up or avoid and pivot. Self-esteem is also when you look in the mirror, you genuinely like and appreciate the person you see. When you think about yourself, you like who you are. Like genuinely, not like you tell yourself this long enough and hope you will eventually believe it. But that you genuinely like the person you are and that you enjoy who you've become. Confidence, real confidence, is not something our society talks about. But again, confidence is definitely part of that self-efficacy. Again, the confidence of, okay, well, I have skills, resources, coping ideas. So let me see how to solve this and go about it. I have resources. I can figure out what's going on. That is confidence. Confidence is, I believe in myself that I can actually go about solving my own problems and helping others. Achievement, you're achieving the goals you set out for yourself, whatever they are. Whether it's, I want to complete a marathon, or I wish to win awards, whatever it is. Or even just little things like, I have finally learned how to bake bread. The thing I have wanted to since childhood. That's an achievement. Respect of others and respect by others. So that means that other people also respect you and you respect them. Rather than, oh, the migrants are coming. Again, that is not respectful. Or calling them illegal aliens. Again, that is not respectful. Nobody is inherently illegal. So when you are achieving this, you are therefore in this area. So when you hear people talking about, oh, them, we're concerned about what they're going to do. Know that that person is not in this tier.
Unless they're talking about me, then everyone should be concerned what I'm going to do.
But in those tones?
I mean, it's a little healthy to be like, oh, what are they up to?
Right? What are they doing? But like, oh, I'm looking forward to it versus, oh, no, they're coming for my books. I don't know, whatever.
I mean, I did hold a symposium over the weekend on how to do civil disobedience. So maybe in those terms as well.
So again, be aware when you hear people talking about wanting to win awards, wanting to achieve something, that is what you're hearing is they are talking about this tier.
Mm-hmm.
When they're talking about how terrible other people are and how we got to win this war in America against other people. Like, excuse me, what war? What war? They are not in this tier, which means they're definitely not in this tier because all of these tiers are dependent on each other. It's very hard to live in this tier if you are not secure in these three tiers below.
And also you can see and hear where a lot of us have issues because I know a lot of us are writers or creatives at some point, and creativity is up in the self-actualization part.
Mm-hmm.
And most of our struggles, when you actually break them down, are the self-esteem, the confidence, the not seeing our own achievements. Yeah, not being able to accept compliments, which, I'm perfect at. I don't have any problems at all.
Oh, yeah, we all are. We're all like really good. We're really good, and we don't cry when people compliment us.
And that's why sometimes it feels like there's this giant gulf between us and our creativity.
Mm-hmm.
And it's because we are not dealing with this esteem level. We have to get to a point where we realize we have a basic competence. Like, for God's sakes, people buy my books. Why do I always fear that I'm not good writing? I sell them, right? And it's not just me. Like, I hear it in everyone's voice.
Mm-hmm.
This struggle. Like, I have achievements, right? I have won awards. I have had bestsellers, but it's still this, like, oh, but I'm not good enough. Like, but that's the block that hits us so much more often, and we get confused and think, well, maybe the story's not right.
Right.
And this, to me, is the secret real answer why Anton Chekhov said, if you want to work on your art, work on your life.
Yes.
Because this is what's holding us back.
Yep.
Maybe something's crazy is going on in our family or on a tier lower down.
Mm-hmm.
But for a lot of us, we only sit down to write when we get those bottom three.
Yep.
Figured out.
That is why the secret for a lot of writers to writing, and just creative types in general, is 3 a.m.
Yes. It's because it's 3 a.m. In theory, even criminals go to sleep after 2 a.m. Like that. No, that's a real thing. Crime sharply drops off after 2 a.m. in most areas of the world. Okay. And so 3 a.m. and on till about 8 a.m. is actually crime-wise a very low crime time. And so that is usually the safest time of the day is 3 a.m. to 8 a.m. or 3 a.m. to 7 a.m., depending on the area. And so that's often when writers feel like they have the bottom three actually dealt with because everyone else is asleep and the world is quiet. The phone is not ringing. There's no one you could call anyway. And so finally, we can get to self-actualization. But real quick, I just want to point out, if the self-esteem is the thing you are struggling with, or among the things you're struggling with, and what is self-esteem, but in part self-efficacy. And as y'all know, I pretty much have a minor degree in the study of self-efficacy. My professor said I wrote so many papers on this and did so much research about the research already having been done on self-efficacy that I could have gotten a degree in it if there was such a thing at my university. That's what they told me. I did not ask actually for this information. That's what they told me. So the quickest, cheapest shortcut, if you are looking to develop your sense of self-esteem, so you need to develop your self-efficacy, the quickest way to do this is you need to practice household tasks. That is cooking. So whatever you are cooking / baking, you continue to develop those skills for more and more advanced levels or different cuisines that interest you, and also other household tasks that we might call chores. I don't like that word. It's got a negative connotation, but everything from loading the dishwasher and wiping down the bathtub to learning how to fix the door frame so that the door doesn't sag as much and it doesn't let in air, from the outside. By the way, all these videos are available on YouTube, not necessarily us doing it, but like every kind of household fix-it problem, all of these things. The more skills you learn about this, about how to do things in your own home, the more people have an earned sense of self-efficacy, even though they then use it, they extrapolate it out for all the other problems in their life. And we're just talking about, you just learn how to switch out a U-bend pipe under the sink. It's not rocket science, but apparently knowing that you can fix your daily problems and challenges and desires is enough for the human brain so that when you encounter bigger, more challenging problems in your life, such as, oh no, someone in my family no longer has employment, how are we going to pay rent? Instead of feeling overwhelmed and just wanting to throw up your hands and give up, you're like, well, I can fix a door frame and I can cook Moroccan cuisine, so maybe we can figure out how to solve this week. That is the shortcut. Also, we found that learning more self-efficacy, such as household tasks and cooking, how to cook and bake, are also very helpful in giving people the mental fortitude to address and heal from their mental health illnesses. Which not necessarily means mental health illnesses go away, but like feeling strong enough and capable enough to address them gives people so much higher likelihood of having positive outcomes that they consider positive in their life versus feeling like you're a victim of your own mental health illnesses. That is the difference. So I just wanted to point out quickly, I know that really didn't sound very quick, but that if this is where you're working on, then I highly recommend you just start looking around your home going, what could I fix? What could I cook?
Apparently, we're not the only ones thinking about it. Spen
yeah.
says, oh
Yeah.
God, yes, I'm working on a Substack post called What Would Betty Do? And it's basically all about that.
That's awesome.
And for repair and maintenance stuff around your home, whether you live or rent, I highly recommend a website and YouTube channel, See Jane Drill. It's run by, I believe her name is Jane, who is an American contractor, who goes over how to do all of these basic things, how to do them correctly, and how anyone can do them.
I would also say trying to find the little victories as often as you can in whatever project that you're doing. I think this is why I and a lot of other people like to write by hand, because I get that victory of finished a page, because it's a smaller chapter. It's smaller than finished a chapter or finished a plot point. And so I get it more regularly, but it's that sense of achievement. I've done something. I finished a page. Next one. Yes. And it's that little bit that does help with the motivation to keep going on, because you can see what you're doing. And I really credit that a lot to like the productivity I've been able to achieve so far this year, is just these little dopamine hits of, ooh, finished another page. Ooh, finished another page. Adding up, seeing that, oh yeah, maybe I can do this. And helping with those confidence issues we were just talking about.
Mm-hmm.
But also part of what the Maslow pyramid is getting at is, so you see all those top ones, those are all higher order thinking things. And what Maslow's also trying to get at is it doesn't say directly though, your brain is always doing these self-actualization steps. Your brain is always doing,
always working on them
constantly, but you have a priority system, and until those lower down priorities are done, all of those top skills are being used in the back of your brain to solve those. Until you feel secure in your friendships and your family and your security, then those are going to be mostly your creativity and your problem solving and your fact comprehension is being used by your brain to handle your needs. Once you've handled them, then you'll have an excess of creativity and an excess of problem solving that you can use toward more outward and just fun things. But your body's first want is to continue existing. And so it's going to prioritize, what do I need to exist? And that's security. We need food security.
So that brings us to self-actualization. If you have achieved all these wonderful things, which, let's be perfectly honest, especially these bottom two, they should be a God-given right. Not God, I mean, that's just phrase, but they should be a basic human right to all of these things. I realize, highly controversial. I am one of the most liberal people in my state. But all of these things, everyone is entitled to. Everyone deserves all of these things, all of them.
And I feel like this should probably go without saying, given the audience that we have. But I know one of the biggest problems that I've had in life was not knowing something was an option. Like, oh, you can do that. So I do want to say that the family one, that can be your found family.
Oh,
That
yeah.
can be
Part of family.
the people that you have such a deep and intimate connection with that they are, for all intents and purposes, your sister, your sibling, your brother, your cousin, whatever terminology you use, because that's where I started getting stability, is when I found my found family and started actually building that up.
Yeah, the
And
family you're born with is just your starter family.
yep.
You don't have to keep your starter family if that's, too toxic for you.
And it's wonderful when they can come along for the ride, but they don't always get to come along for the ride.
Absolutely.
And I just don't want anybody thinking, well, but my family's crap, I can never achieve rank 3. Like, you can, you just need to learn who to cut out. And it's hard cutting out people from your life that are just so toxic you can't have them in there, and finding that support group, that family that will get you to the other end. And I just want to make sure that we're very clearly saying that is a possibility.
Absolutely. The family is the family you choose. But who is your ride or die? That is family.
Yep.
Family are the people who always take you in, no matter what. The door is always open to you. And it truly is, and you've tested them. So it is who you make it. You get to choose when you grow up. You get to choose who is your family.
Yep.
So if you have achieved all the lower ones, then you can choose what you do up here at the self-actualization. You can choose what to be spontaneous. You can choose what to spend your creativity on. You can choose your own morals as you define them.
And if you want to know how powerful this is, sorry for the quick rant, but this is what I do instead of researching World War II. This is the reason the student debt crisis literally exists, is because too many people in the US had all their basic needs met, including friendship and self-esteem. And that's where the 60s happened. And so the ones in power got together and went, what are the things we can change so they can never be like this again?
Yep.
And that's where the increased costs in college came in, was creating these student loan programs that, unlike every other form of loan, cannot be discharged, so they will stay in permanent debt.
And it's one of those things that sounds like the CIA putting crack into the major cities to get the African American community addicted. It sounds like a crazy conspiracy theory until you're like, no, we actually have the documents.
Yes.
Yeah.
We have the speeches. Like, if this is a thing that actually happened, it just sounds so nuts that, like, that's the insurance policy that they bought for themselves. It sounds so crazy. Yeah, a bunch of people sat around one day and thought, how can we make life worse for people so they don't interfere with our money? Like, it sounds like a plot line in Inside Job. But that's because they want it to sound crazy, so you don't know what they're doing, so you don't see what they're doing. Like, we have the documentation.
Yeah. We have the actual audio tapes.
In
their own words, you can hear even the intonation of how serious they are, and then how they fulfilled this over the next 30 years.
Yep.
But that's why it exists like it is now. That's why the punchline is, name something you carry with you wherever you go. And the answer is student loans.
So I do want to point out, when you hear somebody refuse to accept facts, again, that is your sign they are not existing in the self-actualization tier. So if they're not accepting facts, guess what? They're also not living in a lack of prejudice or being spontaneous or creative or, frankly, moral. They are not moral. No matter what they say, whatever comes out of their mouth, that is not true morality. They are not living by their own sense of morals, they are bending those morals to whatever they want at the time.
And this is the issue, that if you're wanting to accomplish anything, like getting people to see the truth or act without prejudice, Bayard Rustin and all of the people in that group understood if they weren't supporting the labor movement and making sure people were making a decent wage, they would never get equal rights.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you had to do both of these things, because you couldn't get people to see what was actually going on, to accept the facts and move past their prejudice if they're worried about where's the food coming from, where's how are we going to afford to have housing and everything else. And that's why they were so vocal in working for both of these causes together.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you have to solve the root problems.
So if you wish to be creative, if you wish to spend your creative energy on your own ideas and tell stories or illustrate ideas, like whatever it is you feel is creative, if you wish to spend that time, or even if you wish to write about morals, morality, philosophy, whatever it is, you're going to need to be in this tier. But in order to get to this tier and exist here, even for short periods of time, you have got to have already addressed all of this at some amount. Does that mean I am saying you can't be creative and write stories in a war zone? No, that is not what I'm saying. What I am saying, though, is it definitely helps to be consciously aware of all of these needs so you can address them as best you can. So what little bit of energy you can eke out to be up here.
I know a lot of people play tabletop role-playing games, and this is actually the way we have explained this to people. What we're talking about here are buffs and debuffs. There's advantages and disadvantages you can have on your character sheet. And while you can still achieve a lot with a minus 20 going against you, if you have other buffs that are trying to negate it out, you still have to find a way to get rid of that minus 20. And so seeing these as the push and pull, that +1, -1, preventing you from getting there, we have found is an easier way to get people to understand the issues we're talking about. You can do all of the stuff that's here. It's just you're going to be rolling with some negatives on your roll if these lower tiers are not satisfied.
I can honestly tell you from personal experiences where I have had moments where I could, like, all of these I felt were being addressed, that the amount of energy possible to spend here is freaking euphoric.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh, it's so wonderful. And it feels like you've attained a new achievement level in life. It is wonderful when these things are not using up any of your mental energy or physical energy for that matter. Like when all of these things are addressed, and even this seems to be a little bit addressed, fantastic. It is wonderful to have that kind of energy to devote to self-actualization. It is heady. It is drug-like. It feels so good. It's to have that much creative energy to use as you wish. You could use that to solve problems. You could use it to write stories. You could do whatever you want with it. And then you realize your friends are not there because they're still struggling. And you could I could use it to help solve your problems. No, they don't want that. But anyway, it's what I learned the hard way. But my point just being, this is wonderful and almost like a drug.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe, and I don't know if anybody else has experienced it that way.
Oh, yeah.
But if it happens to you, at least then you know what happens. I was like, I have achieved enlightenment. It is exactly like the Buddha said. It feels fantastic, but it doesn't stay. And they're like, it's good that it doesn't stay because you need to sleep. And I'm like, they were smart. But just know so that when it happens to you, as it will inevitably happen, it happens to all humans from time to time, or most humans anyway, that is it. When you are in a moment of self-actualization, it feels fantastic. Know that. Enjoy it. Experience it. Don't try to like go be back to be productive. To productivity. Relish it for that moment. And then you'll want it again. And the way to get it, so you don't have to reinvent the wheel, that's the whole reason I went over all this shit, is come back to this Maslow's hierarchy of needs of how do I get there again? Because you'll be greedy for it. And the answer is you got to address all this other stuff so that you can vault back up again. Because I want more people to spend more time up in esteem and self-actualization. What I learned in my early 20s was I had to address self-esteem. And one of the problems personally, and I'm only speaking about myself here, was that I really felt like I needed other people to validate me. I did not feel like me validating myself was valid. Like I felt it fraudulent. And when it really boiled down to, I slowly was able to wean myself off of desiring the validity of other people, with the one exception of my mother. I needed my mother to validate me. The problem was my mother had terrible opinions. So you can imagine how that did not go well. And that was what I spent my middle 20s doing, is really deep diving and trying to get to know my mother and to understand her and why she did not validate me. And the answer was because she had terrible opinions and because she did not spend any time in here. So she certainly could not help me in this area because, she was definitely not self-actualizing. And what's worse, she didn't even want to be here. She didn't even want that self-esteem. She liked being in a crisis cycle. She liked that crisis all the time. Something was always upsetting her. Like she was living a Fox News cycle, but just for personal life. And that was why that she could not and would not, even when I asked, validate me and my efforts. And that came to a tipping point the last year and a half of her life. I was able to resolve that with her before she died, and I'm very grateful for that, and it has changed my life. But I just think I should mention that is what I ended up spending this energy on, was I need to address this for me personally. And that's perfectly valid use of your self-actualization energy, is to address some deep-seated self-esteem issues you may realize you have for yourself before you feel capable of being creative and all of these other things. It wasn't that I wasn't still writing stories, but it wasn't what I was spending the majority of my creative energy on. I was spending the majority of my creative energy on trying to address my deep-seated self-esteem issues.
I totally agree, because like the first 10 years of my life, the bottom 3 were so absent from my existence. We were very poor. We moved every 6 months to a year. So I never really got settled with friends with friends or anything. And I got to the point where I just felt like, why even make friends? We're going to leave.
Yeah.
And
I started feeling the same way when I was a child. We moved every single year, sometimes twice a year.
Yeah. And that does a lot to your brain. Like that does a lot to try to hold you down. And don't be ashamed of any of that. That's what makes you who you are. Yeah, your well may be deeper. Like it may take more water to fill it when you're bringing in the good stuff to get to a point where you're feeling like, okay, I'm actually safe now. Yes, I'm actually secure now. But those wells can still be filled. It just may take a little bit more to convince yourself, okay, I'm actually a little bit more secure now in my body, in my life, in my livelihood. It's not, the rug is not going to immediately be pulled out from under me. So don't worry about that. You'll get there. You can speak from experience on that. You will get there. It just may feel like it's taking a lot longer than you want it to.
And that can also be why. Why is it taking so long? Everyone else seems to be ahead. Like it was so frustrating for me in my early to mid 20s of, why is everybody else able to write every day after work and do other fun, creative, spontaneous things. And I just don't even feel like it. I don't feel up to it. Why? And the answer is because all these other things have got to be addressed. I don't feel safe where I sleep. That was like a big thing. I had never felt safe where I slept as a child. I had like a lifetime of insomnia, in part because of that. Not the only reason, but that was one of the reasons. And because that's what I grew up with, when I was living on my own, I wasn't doing enough to also make sure I felt safe too. Like when I slept, like I wasn't doing enough. I wasn't being picky enough about who had copies of the key to my house. I wasn't being selective enough, and I wasn't making sure people that I gave those keys to were respectful of my boundaries. And so I still wasn't sleeping well because that was the world I grew up in, so I did not know better. And it took a lot of people helping me for me to finally like actually understand that they're like, look, if you don't feel safe when you sleep, you have got to address this. And then me finally, like, it's still taking me several more years to feel brave enough to speak up for myself about that I don't feel safe when I'm sleeping, that you have a key. Because you come and go as you please. You don't respect my boundaries. It's the middle of the night. Why are you coming in my house in the middle of the night to eat food and then leave? You don't even leave a message. You don't. What is this? This is nonsense. So anyway, let's do a sprinty sprint. And when we come back, everybody's ideas about how to feel safe and secure and cozy. And I will quit lecturing. I saw that look.
You saw nothing.
I saw nothing. All right. See you in a few minutes. We were going to take a little 10-minute sprinty sprint. And when we come back, all the goodness, all the fun. Meebity bee. Meebity bibbity bibbity bee. Meebity bee. Meebity 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 bee. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Hey, Everett.
Hello, Modern Pro. Just do that. All right. So we've established that safety and security are super important, especially if you're a creative person or a creative minded person. But so, how do you do it? None of us have the ability to wave a magic wand and change the world. So, if we can't change our world, how do we feel safe and secure at home or in our lives?
Found family is one of the best ways that I've found to get started with this. Because despite what people who like to lie and say that they're self-made will tell you, it takes a community to do anything. And even behind a great fortune, there's usually a great robbery that is where they took the money from a different community to make themselves rich.
Mm-hmm.
So in finding those people, and as you were saying in the last hour, those ride or dies, those people that you know are going to be with you, and building that network up and creating those self-sustaining loops of help and aid and support where, like we have here locally with people that live in the part of town that floods periodically, and they know that they don't even have to ask. They don't even have to call and see if it's okay. If the floodwaters are rising, they can just show up at the front door with their go bag and stay at the house as long as they need to stay until the waters recede and they're able to reclaim their house, right? Having those people in your life, be very careful who you put on that list, because there are snake oil salesmen and abusive narcissists that will try to get on that list. But finding those people and building that support network is such a great way to get started, because they will have tips, tricks, and tools that you have never thought of.
Mm-hmm.
Because we all have different experiences, and learning from each other is one of the most glorious things that we as humans can do. I talk a lot about emergent processes to the point where I'm pretty sure people are getting sick and tired of me using the phrase emergent. But
Go on.
It is such an important thing to realize that you may not have all the answers. I may not have all the answers. But if we share what we do have, it may click together and make something stronger than the sum of its parts. And suddenly, oh, wow, we accidentally found an answer.
Mm-hmm.
This is how we do this. And getting yourself into that cycle is the best way to start and I hate this term, but it is the term that is used, that virtuous cycle that will actually raise you up. It will actually get you where you need to be. And I just don't like that it's called that, because it has a moral connotation that it really doesn't deserve.
It does.
But that's really the key to getting yourself up and out, is having those people around you that will be there for you no matter what, that will support you no matter what, that will not put up with any of your ish. Like, they need to be able to speak truth to you. We're not looking for people that are just going to rubber stamp every crazy idea that we have and be like, yeah, do that. Like, they need to sit back and go, maybe you should pay your light bill and not risk that that's going to be the $1 million idea. It's important to have those people that will speak truth to you. But That has always been the key for me in starting to move up and finding this security and safety, because I know if they have my back and I got their back, those are less directions I have to be looking at. And that is something that you don't realize how much of your mind that's taking up until it starts being eroded away. Like, you may not know where your next meal's coming from, but if you've got that friend that always accidentally cooks too much, that you can go over to their house and they'll just put helpings on your plate.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to worry about food security, and it doesn't feel like charity because I accidentally made too much. Thank you for helping me eat it. Because honestly, there are recipes that just don't feel right if you make them too small.
Like chili.
You're right.
Chili is so much better, bigger. Yes.
But establishing that support network is vital, and it's hard to do. It's really hard to do because, one, we're not trained on how to make friends. No one sits you down for the most part, unless you've gone to some of the therapists that I went to, and says, "Hi, here's how you make friends."
Hi, Jen.
But going to the right places, figuring out where your tribe is located, and it's the tribe that builds you up, not the tribe that tears you down.
Yeah,
And understanding the difference between those.
I think also being open to various venues to find your friends, your found family. Like, I really, for the most part, felt I had exhausted my entire portion of my state. Yes, because I was too liberal, and which I don't think is liberal enough, honestly, if you ask me. But, and I was like, what am I going to do? I can't find like-minded people like myself around here. Like, when I do, they then move away. Literally within a month or a couple years, they're going to move away. And that's what has been so wonderful about finding this little corner of the world with all of y'all, is finally I found people like me and who are supportive of me and who do not poo-poo my ideas of universal basic income and women's rights, and that women are not inferior. Shocking. And that, but who also accept that I am the perpetual teacher and cannot stop my mouth. Like, who just, what?
I feel that because, I have that preacher gene. I got it from my great-grandfather and my grandfather, and I will get up on my soapbox and start preaching a sermon if you don't catch me and pull me back down.
Oh, we told you about our genealogy, that like the most common employment listed, hundreds of years of the census and death certificates and everything, is orator. What the hell? How is this like the longest, trending employment in our all of our family's genealogy? And like some of the genealogy branches go back 1,000 years. Most common employment, orator. Like, but that is us. Look who's using her emoji. Fat little baby unicorns eating donuts. We love it. I wish it would show up.
I kind of wanted to talk about something a little bit more basic.
Yes.
Of security.
Like our parents.
And that's one actually you talked about with your childhood of it's hard to sleep if you don't feel secure. And if you don't get good sleep, it's hard to think straight.
It was something that essentially I ended up discussing with my parents since I was a little kid. Of Glory, why won't you go to sleep or stay asleep? And it was because I'm always worried somebody's going to come in the night. Not that this wasn't found. Anyway, that's a whole nother matter. But also, I had very, very, very good hearing and a very, very, very good sense of smell. So I could literally smell when somebody is walking outside of my window at night as a child. Like, the superhuman level of sense of smell, and I don't recommend it for anybody.
And so for me, like one of the most basic things that I only found out a few years ago that you can get is this way you don't even have to actually have a lock on the door. Like, say, you're renting a place and there's always someone who's got another key to your place because they
Or
own
the
the place.
landlord, yeah,
And
or
so
the manager.
how can you feel and know that you are truly secure if, you just, some people, the way you're raised and just the way your brain works, it's like, I need to know no one's going to enter here without me giving express permission. You can get these travel door locks. It's like $13 on Amazon. Truthfully, if you look it up, there's videos on the internet of how to turn a fork into one of these.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
But no one's getting in without a battering ram at that point. And it'll, for those who really need that sense of security to sleep well, do it. One of the things I feel like people don't give themselves credit for why 20s is sort of junior adulthood, but often not full adulthood, is you're still unlearning all these things from childhood you were taught that worked because you were under the care and protection of someone else. But we often don't give ourselves credit enough for I am not feeling the way I need to be my best self. Let me go spend my resources on what I need to be my best version. And so that's what's like, so if you need to know no one's going to enter your bedroom door at night, go get one of these. Even if you're like, oh, I'm going to feel so silly. What if someone finds out? If they're your friend, they understand. If they're not your friend and they try to tear you down, well, you now know they're not really a friend. You need to stop investing in that relationship.
Amen to that. Preach it.
Because anyone who knows what it to feel like not secure understands no, I have to do these extra security, but we work out other procedures, so it's not a major hindrance. But yeah, so that's the only reason I brought this one up was I just wanted to.
I think it's a good point, Tom. I think it's really important. Even if you live with housemates, you can have this on your bedroom door.
And you can tell them that, look, my door is locked when I go to sleep.
Because I need to feel safe and secure that nobody's going to come in that I'm not going to be aware of. It's not about you. It's about I need to sleep and I just cannot sleep deeply. Like Thomas talked about. So when we were much younger, like, let's see, when was it when we drove up to Oxford? You remember, and you were saying that I kept, like, so I was sleeping in the car. I was sleeping in the passenger seat of the car, okay? And I was genuinely asleep. I have no memory of this. But Tom was driving us through Jackson, Mississippi, which is the state capital. And it is a civil engineer nightmare. And you have to change highways multiple times, and they are not well designed. And he was a relatively new driver. I don't think you'd even been driving a year at that point, if I recall. I mean, Tom was pretty good. I mean, I had taught him like how to merge, and he had watched the fantastic Disney cartoon, highly recommend, of how to merge in interstate traffic. I cannot recommend this video enough. I believe it is on YouTube. But Tom said as soon as we got to Jackson and he started having to merge onto different lanes, what was it? Was it this hand? That
your left hand.
Yeah, it's my left hand. Every time he needed to move over anywhere, and I'm asleep, I just motioned when he needed to switch lanes. I was not even aware that I was doing this, but apparently I was sleeping light enough that I was both like, I guess I had my eyes somewhat open a little bit and was still directing him because I needed that security to know that I was still being that big pushy older sister of directing him in traffic. Because honestly, him merging with other cars, he was still kind of good at the time. So, and then he said after we got out of Jackson, I then fell more deeply asleep. And he claims I was slightly snoring. So that he knew I was like sleeping deeper. But anyway.
If anyone's curious about How to Drive on U.S. Highways. It's a 15-minute Disney cartoon.
And we will post the link in the comments after the show. So if anybody's watching afterwards, just go to the comments if you want to see this video. Highly recommend it. That is how I learned to merge safely. And I think more people, frankly, should watch this. Every time we have to go through interstate traffic anywhere in America, one or both of us, Tom and I, will have to reference this cartoon of obviously no one else watched it. As the grumpy curmudgeons that we can be. Hey, Jen. Yes, we do have a younger sister.
And this is where, for people like me, like ritualizing some of these behaviors can be very helpful, because I have a very bad memory. If any of you have been around me long enough, you realize like it takes a while for things to seat into my memory to remember anything. And so I would always have a moment of like, did I lock the door? Is the door locked? I don't trust these people. This is the only house I've ever lived in that the front door has been kicked in. Is the door locked? I don't remember. So I have over the years had various like rituals that prolong my time at the door. That's like, whether or not you believe in any of the woo that goes along with them, the point is to keep me at the door long enough that my mind will go, oh, remember that you stood there. So like I have a Bridgetine cross on all of the doors. So when I go up there, I not only check the lock first, but then I say a quick formula over them, which holds me in that place long enough so my brain registers I checked the door. And realizing that you have little issues like that can really help with your sense of security, because I would constantly, like poor Brian, the first time we ever took a road trip, was like constantly having to deal with me. Did we turn this off? Did we leave the stove on? Did we like, and it's not like your normal, like just concerns of, did I forget to do something at the house? Like I honestly could not remember, and was having a Schrodinger's cat thing in my brain of like, did we remember to lock the door? Like, we're going to be gone for a week. Did we remember to lock the door? Is our front door just wide open? Did we even close it? And it would start escalating, because rumination is a thing that I
Charlie,
way too much.
You are not off, my sweet darling person. Tom and I and my ex-husband once left the front door to my house wide open an entire weekend when we went to New Orleans to a sci-fi fantasy convention to work. Like wide ass open. And apparently my cat sat there on guard for 3 damn days. Just so you know. Like, that is not unfounded. And so when Tom and I go on road trips, it's like the first, 2.5, 3 hours of the road trip is us both going over every possible thing we could have left on. And then, and this has happened more than once, come to the conclusion of we cannot be certain. We turned off the stove. We locked the doors. We didn't leave a window open, whatever. And so calling someone we know in town who has the key and asking them to please go by the house and check these things within the next, few hours. And like,
by the story, you left out the punchline of that story. So we get home from this long weekend, having a good time, and we realize the door is open.
The whole time.
And there's the cat sitting at the sill with this look of, you would not believe the shit I have seen this weekend. just truly the frazzled. Why do you hate me?
She was mad. She was genuinely mad. She did not stop complaining for 2 days.
Yeah.
She was a very vocal cat. It was Andy, if y'all remember the stories. And she was real mad at us. And when I asked the neighbors, hey, was the front door really wide open all weekend? Like, we had a front porch, so it did rain, but the rain didn't come in. And they said, oh, yeah, there was a lot of discussion in the neighborhood. This was the neighborhood I lived in where I was the only white person for 6 blocks in every direction. And my neighbor, Melvin, told me that the neighborhood had concluded it was a trap and that I must be sitting in there laying in wait with my rifle to shoot people who came in. That was the consensus of the community, was it was a trap because they knew they had seen my shotgun, which was there right behind the door the whole weekend and loaded. Well, it wasn't loaded. I had, what is it, the sleeve on the rifle butt, and that's where, so like I quickly, but it was a very nice shotgun. Like, it was very theatrical, and I often would go outside when I'd hear something or smell someone outside my window. In the middle of the night, I would go out in my white nightgown, my floor-length white nightgown, with the shotgun, just like looking around. It was still unloaded, but like looking very theatrical, and that usually worked to make people leave. And so it was concluded that I must be sitting in a quiet corner with the shotgun cocked, waiting for someone to walk in to shoot them. So, yeah, nobody dared walk in, despite the cat being so frazzled for 2 days.
I'm sure the cat had to chase away several raccoons and possums.
And other cats.
Yeah,
Also, there was a bunch of shrews next door. I mean, literal, the kind with little venomous heads. So I'm sure she had a busy weekend.
So this is where it's really important to learn your routines, because like just locking the door doesn't make me feel safe. I have to remember that I locked the door, which is a much bigger hurdle for me. Remembering I turned the stove off.
The trick I ended up doing that, I don't really tell Glory about, for my peace of mind now, is when I'm leaving on a weekend trip, I literally put my hand on the burners. So I actually now have a memory.
I caught Tom doing it.
That, the stove is off. Yeah. I touched them, I know. And then I do something I don't normally do when I lock the door, which is I jiggle the handle.
Yes, I've seen him do that too. I've heard him like.
Because again, it's not something I normally do. So I both now have the memory as well as the physical feeling that the door is locked, and that I've pushed in, and I can feel both of them are done. And because that is part of the problem that's difficult to remember. Did I turn off the stove and oven? Did I lock the door? Is your memory of it is often so close to the same memory you have for the regular activity.
Yep.
So it's, how do I make it a little bit different?
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I eventually had to do, is literally just put my hand on the stove, because it's like I don't ever put my hand on the stove any other time. No.
Yeah, I'm always like, what are you doing? And he's like, I'm remembering that I turned off the stove. And I'm like, okay, you ready to go? But I mean, it does serve to make a very new, fresh memory. I mean, so it does the job.
Yep.
And here, changing the subject a bit, but something else I do for security that I've only very recently started doing, mostly because my brain has finally reminded me. And this, I know this is doesn't seem anything, but I promise it is. Make lists to yourself in multiple locations of things you like. Take pictures with your phone of food you like. Make notes of servers you've had that you really like at restaurants. Does both the duty of reminding you that you have happy memories, which can sometimes be hard.
Yeah.
But also, when you are not feeling well, it is hard to remember what makes you feel better. I mean, you want to hear the worst ideas ever? Go ask someone who is sick and looks like the little creature that has a cold from Flight of the Navigator.
Uh-huh.
What will make them feel better? And they will give you the most haunted look ever, as they are 1,000-yard stare of, what is this feeling you speak of? That's not possible. But if you have lists from yourself, including the stuff you liked last time you got sick,
mm-hmm.
it makes recovery so much easier as well.
One thing I do to have peace of mind when I go out and I know I'm going to go buy something, I bring 2 methods of payment just in case, especially if I'm going to a restaurant. Like, I can't eat the food and not be able to pay. What if they don't take tap? Like, So I always have to check my pockets. Do I have at least 2 different forms of payment just in case?
It's important.
Yeah.
Yeah, that used to stress me out too. What if I don't have as much cash, or what if I left my debit card, even though my debit card never spends time outside of my wallet?
I remember.
But yet, even just that, the stress of what if, that can be very upsetting. So, I mean, as I've mentioned before, sound, I'm very sensitive to sound, particularly at night. Tom has actually talked about. So recently, I needed a charger for my new little gadget I got. I'm trying to dig it out. I'm not doing it quickly. For my little zinc, whatever. And it doesn't take the same charger as my phone. So Tom found me a charger for this. And it makes a noise when it charges.
What?
It makes this weird little mechanical clicking noise the whole time. And I was like, oh my God, what's that sound? And he's like, I don't hear anything. It's like 10 p.m. at night. Or it might have been right before 10. And I'm like, you don't hear it? And I realized it felt like it was behind me. I had gotten up and I came back. And it got closer to where I was charging this. So I unplugged it and the sound stopped. And I'm like, listen. And he's like, I really don't hear anything. And I was like, that is my hearing. And being a woman, like assigned female at birth, assigned females at birth have a biology difference from people who are assigned male at birth, in that our hearing actually changes after 10 p.m. We can hear very soft, high-pitched noises much clearer after somewhere between 9:30 and 10 p.m., according to our own circadian rhythm. And like very high pitch and very soft noises. And Tom's like, I think it's that female hearing clicking in.
Versus my hearing actually decreases late at night.
Yeah, and that's how most people who are assigned male at birth, their hearing quality actually decreases. So again, because I have this hearing, and if anything, it gets more sensitive when I'm tired, essentially after 9 p.m. at night. I have had to do more things to be aware of how to muffle sound in my own home at night, because I can hear those noises over white noise machines. White noise machines do not block out the sound for me because my hearing can actually decipher. It's terrible. And it's always been this way since I was a little girl, like 3, 4, 5 years old. And that is where my father in particular, came up with this idea of nailing blankets over windows. What a fantastic way to muffle the sound. Also, we found it inadvertently was great for blocking out heat from coming in from the window, because this was back in the 80s when single pane windows were very common in rental homes and apartments. And so a lot of heat would come in the summertime and the cold also. And my father would literally just nail blankets. But later, when I was living on my own at 18 and 19 years old, I figured out how I can literally just hang and clip them onto the little setups for curtains.
The valences.
It's the ones that
Yeah,
come
the
out.
balance.
It's the ones that come out of the side, on the sides of the window, not the top.
Oh,
But where you like click in your like system, your valance system or whatever, that's what you're supposed to do. I actually figured out a way to just clip the blankets in. So honestly, I would just go to thrift stores and garage sales and buy cheap blankets, launder them. People will sell electric blankets without, that no longer work, very cheap. It's still a blanket. Especially if you don't hook it up to electricity, you really don't need to worry. It's not going to just spark from no electricity. Just saying. So yeah, people will sell electric blankets that don't work for like literally dollars, like $3. Like I will take that. So yes, I used to hang up a lot of disused electric blankets that I'd launder at a laundromat first, and then hang them up, and they muffle sound very well as they do block out a lot of drafts. And you can also make a system like with a dowel, so if you do want to open it up so that you just pin the blanket back. But again, I just want to point out, if you have a person in your home who is very sensitive, has very sensitive hearing, or you realize you're the person and no one has validated you yet about this, and that you're the person that can hear cats outside your window every night, I'm the one. All night, the cats prowl outside my window. They are fascinated by what I watch on TV. I don't understand them. Especially Stinky Cat. Anyway, I highly recommend blankets. Cheap horse blankets, cheap electric blankets, whether they work or not, who cares? You're not hooking them up. Cheap blankets. And hang them over your window to muffle the sound. They work really, really, really well. Also, they double as blackout curtains.
so I don't know how exactly to phrase this that's most intelligible. So, so the way I'm going to say this is learning to have the grace for other people's foibles without becoming a doormat. Because I'm not going to go through the long list of my life, but let's just say, like, it involves a lot of SA and violence in my early years. Like, I have a very hard time feeling safe and secure around people in most environments. And the one thing that I learned very quickly is I was ascribing sinister motives to people that did not deserve the sinister motives, and were making myself, I was freaking myself out because I was either noticing people not respecting my boundaries in a way that made me feel very unsafe, that for a person without my background would probably have seemed normal, like this is how you would just behave around people. And so I would either freak out and leave, or I would just stay and accept that I'm never going to feel safe here, and that's just my lot in life. And sometimes it takes a while for people to understand, like, no, you cannot walk up behind me and touch my neck. Like, I don't know why you do this. Why do you do this? How is this natural? Don't do this. This is bad.
Okay, but why are people doing that anyway?
Oh, you'd be surprised how many people do that. You would be shocked.
Like,
yeah.
No, not okay. Like,
yeah.
No. Who are these people so I can avoid them?
Unwanted touching is not okay. Unwanted touching is not okay.
Also on the neck of all places. Like, ew.
Yeah, people would often walk up behind me and, like, I think they thought we're like, oh, you're stressed, I'm going to give you a massage or something. Like, those
but a surprise massage.
Yeah. And a
surprise massage feels like a surprise assault.
Yeah. Like, don't sneak up on me. That is not healthy for any of us, because I have a tendency to pick fight over flight. Yeah, I really have a tendency to pick fight over flight or freeze. Like, there's a good chance I'm going to swing at you. Don't sneak up on me. But so many people in my life have had this, like, well, it's okay to just randomly touch people or get really, really up close while talking to someone. And no, personal space is good. If hopefully we learned anything from the pandemic, like, space yourselves out, please space yourselves out. Like,
Yeah.
don't
Also,
get up
remember
on people.
Invasion of the Close Talker.
But this is, you know, a lot of my feelings of not being secure came from just getting to this place where, like, I could not get people to understand my limitations. Like, don't make sudden loud sounds around me. Don't pop balloons. I have been shot at on numerous occasions and had to run for my life. Loud, sudden popping noises, bad. Don't pop balloons. Don't, like, warn me if you're going to set off fireworks. Like, I can't be around this. And people did not respect that for a very long time. And I just either went, they're horrible people, not realizing I hadn't explained to them, like, the popping noises really, really set me off. And so, yeah, I should have explained it to them. I was putting motives on them that I shouldn't have put on them, that they were just assaulting my personal space in that way. That's why when I say have the grace for other people that don't understand, but also, like, I would just accept, like, this is my lot in life. I'm always going to feel like somebody is about to murder me. And that's not right either. Like, being open and honest and realizing those people that just will not, no matter how many times you explain your whatever the rules are. And we all have those rules. Like, some people can't hear the sound of a marker on paper because it just destroys them on the inside, right? Like, everybody's got some certain set of rules that really just turns them inside out. The people that don't respect those rules are not your friends. They're not even acquaintances. They're people that you happen to be sharing space with. But also, do the mental check and make sure that you've explained, especially if you have any, like, I get how you're at a party and some people like popping balloons because they think it's funny and whatnot, and might not know that you have PTSD from, like, gunfire. So don't immediately assume that they know your backstory. Because
Yeah, I have a real thing with popping balloons because my parents moved to Suriname 6 weeks before the revolution started when I was an infant. And then we were there for the revolution. And every night, at first it was fireworks, and then they ran out of fireworks in the country, and then it was gunfire for months.
Yeah.
Like, all night, every night, for months. And the wild part is I've since met people who are younger than me, who grew up in Suriname and are like, oh, they said it was a bloodless revolution. And I'm like, ha 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 ha. You can call it bloodless if, like, there's no police to report deaths. But that is how Suriname now reports it, whatever. But yeah, we moved there 6 weeks before the revolution started. And I cannot handle the sound of popping balloons. I will run or ready to fight. I do not immobilize in that case. I am ready for action. It is a problem and has always been a problem since I have never outgrown it. My father was like, I'm so sorry. Your mother and I really didn't think you'd remember it. He said every night, all night, it would just be the three of us on the bed and me just keeping my hands over your ears as you just scream for hours at the noise every night for months. We were hoping you wouldn't remember it. And I'm like, I don't remember it, but I know I hate the sound of popping balloons and gunfire and loud noises like that. I don't understand people who are into popping balloons, honestly. I question those people's neurology, quite frankly.
But especially growing up, like that was not an uncommon experience to be at a party that had balloons and somebody would just start popping them. And even into adulthood,
yeah.
that's still a
It got to
problem
be a
now.
thing. It got to be a thing if I was invited to birthday parties. I'd ask, "Are you having balloons?" They'd like, "Oh yes."
Oh yeah,
And I wouldn't come.
we
I wouldn't
would.
come unless it was only Mylar balloons, which that's a posh party back in the 80s.
Oh yeah,
If it's only Mylar balloons, because Mylar balloons do not give you a satisfying pop. At best, you get a fizzle.
yeah. We've left many parties that had too many strangers there that I did not trust not to start popping balloons because, like I said, and this is the other thing that when you know it about yourself, you need to be very clear to other people. If that trigger happens, I am more likely to pick fight than flight or freeze because given the life that I've had, I got to punch the person off. You know what I'm saying? Like it's that is the survival option is I will return your violence with violence so I can get out of here. So, you know, you have to be very careful and clear with people because they might not think that they're harming your sense of safety by popping that balloon or surprising you with tickets to a movie that they expect you to go to that is ultra violent and has a lot of gunplay that triggers you and then getting upset that you had to leave the theater. You know, like that's not it's not a you problem. Like you're not the cause of the problem there. They need to understand your issues and respect them.
I think it's the respect part that's the important. Like they're not going to necessarily know till you tell them, but once you tell them, they should honor that rather than criticize you or gaslight you.
How many people who like know someone has experienced SA a lot or several times in their life, and they're like, yeah, let's go watch a movie where, yeah, I know for a fact the main character will be experiencing scenes of SA.
Or somebody who has had periods of their life where they were problematically into self-harm and recommend content that includes that and sometimes even glorifies that because our media landscape can be really disgusting sometimes. And they don't warn you.
And I think like you make a very good point, Charlie, like don't assume that they're an evil person for it. If you have already invested some time and energy in this relationship, whatever it is, come back and say, hey, did you not realize that this would be upsetting this for me, whatever it is, whether it's a movie, a book, whatever the experience is? Did you not realize how upsetting that would be for me? And then you can have an honest conversation about, oh, I entirely forgot about that. Or, oh my God. Like, okay, so for instance, I will admit, I once was on the other side of that. There's this book called The Egypt Game. It's a children's book. It's a chapter book. When I read it in fifth grade, I was 10 when I originally read it. And I did not pick up on the whole missing abducted child storyline at all as a kid. I absolutely did not understand it. And what human brains do is if there's something we just have no concept of understanding, our brains will just edit it out for us. And that is exactly what I did as a child. So now fast forward, several decades, I'm a librarian, a public librarian. And I recommended that to a parent with no content warning. Thankfully, there was another librarian there who I'd actually vouched for because I knew her from years before during my video store days. And she steered the mother to a different book who checked that out, which I also liked. But afterwards, she's like, Chloe, I cannot believe you recommended that book. And I'm like, why? It's kind of an interesting book. She's like, there's an entire child abduction storyline in there. And the woman was specifically looking for a book with no violence. And I'm like, what? There's a child abduction storyline? And I'm literally getting on Wikipedia trying to reread the synopsis. Like, where did I miss this? I'm sure I missed it because I have ADHD and I always have. And there, sure enough, there it is. There's an entire child abduction storyline. And I was rereading how they, couched. I'm like, oh, now I understand why I totally missed this as a child. Like, where I just thought, like, the child sort of, like, had been sort of written out of the story rather than they were disappeared. So, I mean, as I said, at least the first time, give somebody the benefit of the doubt and come back and privately have a conversation. But look, if they then gaslight you or minimize, your trigger ability or whatever, move on with your life. Do not invest another bit of time or energy into that person and that relationship.
Because like one of the few friends I still have from childhood, he grew up a real boy and was used to roughhousing with his friends. He was into all the manly, boyish things.
Manly arts.
Yes. And
I'm just thinking, Pinocchio's friend?
And he didn't know
story about a golem.
A lot of my backstory, because especially as a kid, you don't tell your other kids about like all the times people inappropriately touched you and all this other stuff. Like you just explain this to people. And it was the first sleepover we ever had at his house, and he was roughhousing with one of the other boys that was there, and then basically jumped on me, as part of the game.
Mm-hmm.
And I freaked out. I had a full like triggered panic attack, and got his mother to call my folks to come get me. I was going home, like this is not okay, and went outside to wait for my parents to show up. And he came out just white as a sheet and was like, what's going on? What's wrong? And because I was just shaking, I opened up and told him, like, I didn't tell him like the whole gory details of everything, but I was like, I can't be held down. You can't do this to me. It causes panic. I've had bad things happen to me. Da 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 da. And he immediately apologized and was like, no, it was just a game. It was supposed to be fun. Don't worry, we'll never do that again. And my parents showed up because they'd already been called. And we had a long talk of like, we're not going to come get you again if you have us leave. Look, we're not coming back. But I stayed because he did apologize. We had a wonderful night that night. And like I said, we're still friends to this day. And it's because he didn't know that what he was doing was hitting one of those traumas deep down inside me. And once he understood that, like he still had his roughhousing fun time with the other boys that were at the party, right? Like they punch each other's arms and all that stuff that I just don't comprehend. But for other reasons,
non-binary, what?
Yeah, it's called foreshadowing for other reasons that will be revealed later in the story.
Yeah,
but they all respected my boundaries and did not do that to me again. Mm-hmm. And that's where I'm saying, like you were saying, you have, if I hadn't had that grace to be like, well, maybe you didn't mean to hurt me,
right?
Because at that point, I'm a kid. I was probably like 12 when this happened. It was the easiest assumption to make. Like anybody who does anything that freaks you out is just there to hurt you. Just run. Because that had been my experience prior to that, right? Yeah. But in giving him that grace, like one of the best friends that I have had in life came from that, because again, showed that he could not only respect where I was coming from, but he understood, like we had a hard time getting food in the house. Without even asking, he would just show up at the house with pizza. Because he was much more financially secure and stuff. Like he would help out with things and never made it a thing. It was never like, well, I got you things. Like he just realized, oh, this friend needs more support. And just did that because he's a very caring, kind person. And that's the best ways to find out who your real friends are. But also what I'm talking about here with this, like, sometimes you have to give them a little bit of grace, but if they repeatedly, and there have been some people in my life that have repeatedly not respected those boundaries, out the door. I don't have to feel unsafe to respect you. No. That's not how this works. Respect is balanced. If you don't respect me, I cannot respect you. It's not I won't. It's I can't. I cannot give what I am not given. And everybody needs to
We
understand.
don't tolerate those who do not tolerate us.
Yeah.
Intolerant people deserve no tolerance from others. That is the lesson humans must learn again and again about fascism.
I know, Mr. Spencer, I'm sorry. I didn't think about that. This is another good example. I forgot to give them a warning about episode 6 of Sandman because I not a parent and did not have those thoughts and should have. But hopefully I have apologized and made amends.
I am very glad I was warned by watching some Netflix, behind the scenes stuff. And that Tom essentially sort of mentioned a little bit in past about that, so that I knew it was coming when it came. I knew it was coming. I still cried like a big old baby. But yes, I did warn Carrie of oh, don't watch it until there's someone who can hold you, like your baby, like your own toddler. When your toddler can hold you tight. And you'd be like, it's going to be okay. We're okay.
And Sandman's a really big blind spot for me because I read those on their initial run and have reread them several times in the decades since. So it's hard for me to remember. This is important for all of us to remember. It's hard for us to remember that other people don't have your lived experience. So I just assumed everybody knew the story. And, my bad.
It's that accidents happen. We don't mean to not warn our friends. So, definitely I would recommend keep bringing it up privately with somebody of, hey, did you mean to totally blindside me there? And the people who love you will never want you to experience unnecessary pain or hardship. The people who don't, go take a long walk off a short pier and swim home.
Yeah, there's several people I will... Go on.
What?
So my sister watched Squid Game, and she's like, "It's an excellent show, but only watch it if you're in a good headspace." I was like, "Okay."
Right.
Which is why I have to watch it.
This is very well.
And I am definitely taking note whenever the new season of Sandman comes out, because there's definitely several friends I have who need warnings if they include the episode about I can't remember the name of the character, but her body is divided up into 4 different color regions.
Yeah.
Because she takes her life. And it's a long story about why this happens.
Yeah.
And so I know several people that would be way too triggering to watch,
Oh, yeah.
an emotional episode about.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be really tricky, though, giving warnings for that show until I get the chance to watch it, because they changed some significant things about the plot in season 1, which will have to have ramifications in season 2 for the story. So I'm
I just that's just it. Who knows what will show up in the next season?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, because Gaiman's definitely taken the same approach Douglas Adams did to each version is a reiteration with room to make improvements.
Mm. Well, on that note, how about we take another little breaky break?
Let's do it.
And when we come back, more practical tips. Yes, I'm going to mention twinkly lights. Again.
I'm going to talk about food security.
Yeah, it's going to be grand. You should totally stick around. But we're first going to have a short little breaky break. See you in a bit. Me, me, me. Bibbidi, 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 bee. Me, me, me. Me, 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 me. Come out, wherever you are.
Make me.
Huh?
Make me.
Yeah. Looking like someone with plenty of siblings.
It looks like Charlie has something to look forward to.
Yep.
Yeah, package. So I ordered stickers from Etsy,
Nice.
and like a week ago, and I got a message from the seller saying people. So they're in Britain. They're like, people here are not allowed to send international mail anymore right now. So for security reasons. And it's unknown when they'll be able to ship again. Or if they'll be able to ship again. So, I don't know what's going on.
That makes me wonder if that's an unforeseen Brexit issue.
Yeah.
I know that's messed up a lot of everything.
God, can you imagine?
Due to a Royal Mail cybersecurity threat. UK Etsy sellers are unable temporarily to purchase international shipping labels.
Yep, just pulled up the article.
Fun times.
That's crazy.
That's messed up.
Due to a quote cyber incident.
It was Ultron.
Mm.
You know, at this point, I would be almost happier if it was.
If it was Ultron.
Yeah, and not because somebody was dumb and gave their password to a 16-year-old or 13-year-old. Man, the hackers are getting younger.
Yep.
All right, on to more security issues.
Your government being hacked so you can't send international mail. We've added one to the list.
So,
Tom handed me these lights that are also bells. Which Kitty was very fascinated by
I wanted to put in her mouth.
and wanted to chew on them. And she'd actually hook her little claw into these holes to pull it to her.
But
Tom handed me these during the break.
like first, I mean, Spence just saying like, yes, she spent this sprint dealing with their food insecurity and processing the meat market haul for the deep freeze.
Very nice.
People talk about in their 20s and 30s, like the thing they don't warn you about to becoming an adult and living on your own is you have to now feed yourself multiple times a day. You have to think ahead of what is it you want, or even at the time, and then spend time. What do you need? Like, food is, a major thing for humans.
No, Tom. Show them the drama face that you have every time I ask, so what are we going to eat for dinner tonight? That is the height of drama for Tom. And then often his body would go limp as he would lose the will to live. That face, and then...
Relatable.
And then he wouldn't talk to me for 45 minutes straight. Just silence. Just total ice me out. How dare I ask this question?
As the brain is trying to process what is there to eat. Oh God, what is there?
And instead of inside his head is just a hamster running around in a circle. I'm on fire. I'm on fire. And it's like, no, you're not on fire. That's an orange feather boa. Calm down.
You got a hamster? I got a drunk dung beetle that doesn't know how to use the wheel because it tries to use it on the outside and then gets upset that it doesn't smell right.
Y'all, I have a monkey, okay? It is not good. It's not good at all. Don't recommend.
But that's also why I was saying make a list of the things you like, is because it does then help you prioritize, all right, what foods do you need to always keep around that you always enjoy? And yes, it is perfectly acceptable if part of that involves chicken nuggies and French fries.
I love you'll know who I'm talking about when I say this, but I just lost the name of her channel. The Dopa menus. She has an ADHD channel. Oh, I'm gonna have to look her up. But she did this wonderful video on what she calls Dopa menus, of finding out what things that you have that you can do that give you that hit of dopamine, and organizing them by how much time they take. So
Yeah, had
you have-
ADHD.
yeah, how to ADHD. Yeah. And so you have like your appetizers, which are the things that just take like 5, 10, 15 minutes that you can do to get that hit of dopamine. And then, your entrees, which take longer, and it's really helpful to break it down like that, because sometimes you don't have the energy to do like some of the things that really help you, that you enjoy doing, or to make the things. And so by having it broken down where it's sorted by what takes the least amount of time, like, yeah, making that wonderful homemade bread might be the thing that really gives you life, but that can take 18 to 24 hours depending on how the recipe works. Having chicken nuggets at the top of that list, because you just pull them out of the freezer, put them into the oven, and there you go, or even into the microwave, however you choose to cook yours. But having that prioritized by how much time it takes to accomplish it, that to me was the great revelation of this idea, so that you can start that ball rolling.
For me, my favorite thing I learned in my 30s about cooking for myself and cooking at home was the many things I can cook with timers. So whether that's using pressure cooker, the electric pressure cooker that has built-in timer functions, or what can I make in the microwave, or what can I use in the toaster oven or the air fryer? Again, things with timers, and then I can just work on timing it correctly. Like learning how to correctly boil noodle products in the microwave, so that you don't have to come back, how to set the power settings so it never boils over, or what containers work best. Again, takes off so much of your brain thinking versus having to stay at the stove.
My sister got us, when we were going through a lot of issues back before we moved out of California, ordered us these microwavable steamer pots that are so good. You can hard boil eggs in them. Like, the eggs won't explode inside. So just whatever you want to cook, you can put them in the microwave. It had the full chart for like everything you could imagine in the little book that came with it that we put on the refrigerator. And yeah, that was a revelation when we're trying to figure out how are we going to find work when there's no work around. How are we going to survive? Like, yeah. Having those quick systems.
But yeah, like knowing you can always make something, like you've always got your pantry stocked with a week's worth of things that you don't even have to think about to cook.
Like, rediscovered the joy of cereal.
Yep.
There ain't nothing wrong with cereals. They're delicious.
Yep.
Or my favorite thing that I discovered like later on was how to in the microwave make ramen noodles I enjoy, but then also how to put eggs and some vegetables with them so they are truly a complete meal that I don't have to feel any guilt about. Because it's not actually that I'm just eating ramen, that's awful. You can balance stuff out over several days, making sure you get all your nutrients. That's not it. But look, we all grew up with those little voices in our head and those little tapes. And part of being an adult is accepting who you are and what those tapes are, and doing that to make sure you stay feeling, happy and sound. Like, one of the things I really like about talking with Laura is when Laura brings up a problem in her life, she is also more than happy to hear solutions. And if they are attainable solutions, she's like, well, then I'm going to go try that now.
Yeah.
My favorite one will always be, what was it, a week from learning that the mini dishwashers existed to like having one in your home.
Yeah, it was.
I love it so much.
I'm so glad.
Of the we understand, like, you live in a small apartment. If
Yeah.
it didn't come with a dishwasher, that's a hard.
It takes up half of my stovetop, but it's worth it.
Absolutely.
But for your
it's
needs,
a little too tall to fit under the cabinets.
Yes.
But again, though, it does solve one of your mental thoughts in the back, and it's just so much less work. It's right there with having food that you can cook on a timer. Now you can also clean afterwards on a timer that you don't have to stand there with, and it's one less concern. And as Glory said earlier, you want to build self-efficacy and self-esteem. Get stuff taken care of around your home. Your brain will interpret that as, oh, you care about yourself. We care about ourselves. We are good people then.
One day we're going to figure out how to get that little tiny deep freeze into Laura's apartment. We're going to figure it out. One day the solution will present itself and we'll be like, finally. Because also, remember, that's another countertop or something to sit on. At least, because I use my deep freeze top to actually, we use it to chop vegetables. That's what I stage those pictures of the bread and stuff on. I just throw a tablecloth on top of it, and that's what I stage it on. So we use it as our most common counter space, for temporary jobs.
Yeah, since nothing can stay in there too long.
Right, because we're going to open it up at least every couple days. We're going to open it, if not every day.
I did like Spence's reaction when I was talking about the cooking with timer function objects. It's a good way to apply things. Just doing meal planning, and that's a good, way better plan of how to pre-balance your time for the week.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, Tom and I have both come up with some really great ways to do things in the pressure cooker and the microwave.
Also, the slow cooker,
the roaster that also slow cooks, and the air fryer that also dehydrates and it bakes, although it doesn't bake bread well. Anyway, and the countertop oven that the timer no longer works on, but we can set. I was like, Tom, we did not grow up in our household with digital timers. Behold. Tom loves that. We both will walk around with it in our pocket. I own this cobbler vest specifically to put timers in. Good night. So, if you have ADHD or you're exhausted or you have a lot going on, like children or other people in the household that need lots of attention, or even, let's be honest, animals that need lots of attention, cooking based on timers can be very helpful, as well as to get you fed, let alone get you fed well. Rather than it feel like a hardship meal. Oh God, don't you hate hardship meals?
Yes. And then on the other side of that, both to have your food as well as sometimes it can be overwhelming to think of where to store things. Having a lot of the same shaped things for your storage containers is also really handy. So you have to double check, because not all products are made the same, but you can go find products that are storage containers that are also freezer and microwave safe, so that you can store things and not have to even make another dish and just put it in the microwave from the freezer.
Mm-hmm.
And then you wash it, and then it goes back with the rest of the same shaped.
And by the way, these are not
container.
Expensive food storage containers. They come out to, on average, 50 cents to 75 cents per bottom and lid, per unit. They are very affordable. We're not advocating for super expensive, weird things. Although, if you want to buy super expensive weird things, more power to you. I'm glad that you can do that.
I need my painted bust of Frankenstein. Dang it!
And also remember, a lot of modern containers are clumsy proof, which is something that I need. My hands like to occasionally just throw whatever they have in them. Just whee, just
Me too.
you're gonna toss this now. So
Tom's seen it. It's just suddenly the thumbs stop, and they're like, you know what would be cool? To like resist the sense of gravity. That would be cool.
Yeah.
just whee. And so having containers that I can accidentally throw, that I then don't have to go get a mop or a broom or be like, it's dog safe, have fun, Merry Christmas, about is a wonderful thing, because it prevents the cycling that you have.
Yeah.
Like, as soon as you find a container system that works for you like that, get all of it, get as much of it as you can, so that if it ever goes off the market, you're good for a while until you find the next thing. Because, as somebody who is very prone to rumination and just spiraling down, that's the quickest way to ruin my day, is just drop the thing. Here, getting out stuff for lunch. Oh, I've dropped it. I've spilled it on the floor. Oh, I am terrible. I'm wasting food. Blah, 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 spiral. And now it just hits the floor, slides across. I bend over. I pick it up. And I don't. That whole cycle gets cut off. So
one Glory can definitely highly recommend, and it's definitely time to get a new set of, is a company called ReadyTainer, who make you'll see this actually with a lot of restaurant supplies.
Yep.
But these can be frozen and they can be microwaved, and they all use the same lid.
By the imitation companies, those are not freezer safe. That is the difference between ReadyTainer and everyone else. Like, I'm not saying there's not freezer safe containers out there, let alone, quote, deli freezer safe. But be sure to read the fine print if it doesn't say ReadyTainer. Also, I think ReadyTainer now may make a non-freezer safe version of their stuff that's slightly cheaper. Don't bother.
And those
it's also not as durable.
And those lids are clumsy proof.
Yes.
I have tested it.
Yes, because they actually lock. So the fluid, even if it falls on the floor, it doesn't end up on your floor. It's just you pick the container back up. Like, there's actually a locking system under the lid. So because I am a klutz, I was diagnosed with clumsy child syndrome, which has now been folded into. It doesn't matter. Anyway, it's now just part of the Ehlers-Danlos thing, apparently. But my point just being, ReadyTainer, we have been using ReadyTainer for 6-8 years now.
Mm-hmm.
It's at least 8. It's at least 8 years now that I'm thinking about it. And these things last a very long time.
And they go from 8 ounces to 64 ounces in sizes with the same lids. So you don't have to worry about, what if I lose my lids or I get the different number? It's like, the lids are good forever. Just keep getting more containers as they wear out.
You will lose more to accidental and inadvertent theft than you will to them breaking down. Because
you don't return them.
Food home with people, and then they realize this is the greatest container ever. Oops, I lost it. And then you go over to their house and their refrigerator.
But again, I want to point out all these containers. If you see, they're priced at about 50 cents to 75 cents each when you count the lid and the the full unit. That's very affordable. So even though people don't return them necessarily to you,
which is a problem.
Yes. And I mean, it's, it's a friendship. It's like an abundance. It's look. Now I just have to train my local friends to just occasionally buy me more of these to replace all the ones they don't return to me. And then it's fine. And then I'm not holding grudges. But anyway, that's a whole nother matter. But we do really like ReadyTainer. Highly recommend. Be sure you get the ones that are freezer safe, so that because we put them in the deep freeze, and we literally go from the bottom of the deep freeze to the microwave on high.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And they're great, and they last for quite a long time. Should you have one die a death, which does occasionally happen, you toss it, and all the other lids still work with all the other containers. Like, I don't want to mislead you of like the 64-ounce lid fits the 8-ounce container. That is not what I'm trying to say. The 64-ounce lids fit the 64-ounce units. The
Oh no,
container.
no,
Sir?
they actually make, they're tall.
Yeah,
They
they
make all
do make
64
a,
ounce.
a stackable set that's different.
Some of them, but like the
Yeah.
8-ounce
Yeah.
lids only fit up to, I think, the 32-ounce containers.
Yeah, I think so.
But the 64-ounce lid does not fit the 8-ounce.
Mm.
I will go get them right now.
I thought they made like a giant tower 64-ounce one.
Yeah, no, like they do make, like they check the tower, the dimensions, and you can see, but yeah, like, so that way you can have from 8 ounces to at least 32, and you put them all in your fridge. You know, you've always got lids for them. But that's
Also,
gonna be like finding
Thomas
any
ended up
system.
using the lids like mise en place,
Mhm.
where he puts, like, say if you just need a little bit of chopped onions or spice or something, but he's still getting his little mise en place together, he just uses the lids.
They're great for that.
And again, they're all washable. They all work very well together, and if it falls, nothing breaks.
Because it's got that slight rim around it, so that things don't just slide off.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it works great.
And we have had where Cassie did lightly chew on a lid, and it was A, still usable, B, she was not able to chew it up, which was a bit of a concern of ours. And it was still totally fine. It still adhered. It was very durable. But again, I want to make sure you understand, I'm talking about the ready-tainers that are freezer safe, because I did once by accident order the deli or I don't even remember if they're ready-tainer, but they look the same. And they just said deli, and they were only microwave and refrigerator safe.
Which means if you put them in the freezer, they have a tendency to shatter.
And the lids, the inside of the lids, the part of it peeled off. The part that is food safe was peeling off from the durable plastic part. And so, again, I want to make sure you understand I'm talking about the freezer safe versions.
Yep.
Those are the ones that I advocate for. And I want you all to have quality products. So, yes.
But if we had two that we would recommend everyone have, it's some of the ready-tainer ones and ones like this, the essentially bento box.
And
style.
again, make sure it's the freezer safe ones, because we found not only are they actually freezer safe, but they are durable. The freezer safe are worth paying a little bit more for, because they're so much more durable, period. Because y'all, we are not hand washing. That's nonsense. We're just putting them in the dishwasher. And so when they're freezer safe, they also can hold up to essentially a lot more microwave and dishwasher safe abuse.
The one warning that I feel like I have to give for the round ones that you were showing before is if you drop an empty one, it makes a sound that calls all the cats to the yard and says game on. Right. And they will see it as the greatest toy in the universe.
You are not wrong. So, okay. So, funny story. The other ones we have, like, I love the 12-ounce size containers. And this was a few weeks ago. This was soon after we got Kitty. I wanted a little crunchy nibble in bed in the middle of the night. So I woke up in the middle of the night and I wanted some cereal. But I just wanted to munch. I didn't want like milk and cereal. So I know it sounds strange, I put a bunch of cornflakes, just plain cornflakes, in a 12-ounce container, put the lid on, took it to my room. And the reason why I wanted one with a lid is I knew I wasn't going to finish snacking on that in one night, but I just wanted a little nibble. Kitty was like, what is this magical, amazing sounding thing you have in here? And was like in my face trying to sniff all the cornflakes, like, no, but where's my treat? This is the most amazing thing. And then for the next 3 days, every time I'd wake up in the middle of the night and take a couple little pinches of cornflake nibbles, she's like, oh my God, I hear the bowl again. Where are my treats? And she's like trying to like honestly paw inside. Speaking of, make that jump, sweetheart. There you go. Almost. Come on. There we go. And like, where's mine? Because they love something about the sound of something
Yep.
dry in these ready-tainers, and they are like, hubba hubba, where my snacks?
And a really good life hack for them is they make really good amplifiers for your phone. Because if you've ever done the trick where you put your phone in like a red solo
Yes.
cup, because of how they're constructed, they will resonate like a fairly decent speaker, and will really not only amplify, but they will slightly richen, because they will only they don't resonate to the higher tones as much. So it actually will add like a bass boost to what you're doing. We have one that we have sacrificed that is the speaker for outside. So when we go out to the deck, we just bring it out with us, sit it down, put our phone in it with the music playing, and it's loud enough we can hear it out in the yard. Perfectly fine, crystal clear. So 2 uses.
But yeah, that's why I want to bring those up. Of like, you can take those from the freezer or the fridge directly to the microwave. You don't even have to put them into another dish to microwave or to eat from. It is less effort, less cleanup. Like that is part of really becoming adult, is understanding what your capacity is. And yeah, so don't overwhelm yourself. You love yourself.
I can honestly say that part of, for me, having a comfy, cozy home is knowing there are delicious things in my deep freezer that I actually want to eat, and all I have to do is pull it out of the deep freeze, throw it in the microwave for 2 minutes on high, microwave it, and then stir, and then figure out how much longer I need a microwave for. Like say another 2 minutes at 50% or whatever. But like that I can honestly do that comforts me and relieves my mental stress about, oh God, what will I eat though? Will I have to eat crap?
And here's one that, I know so many people on the internet would burn me for in effigy, but here is the truth. Don't feel bad about using disposable stuff. If it makes your life easier, use it. Here is the secret they don't want to tell you, and you really can verify these facts if you want. People in our homes are responsible for 2% of trash. That's it. That's all we're responsible for.
Yep.
People who living in their homes are responsible for 2% of the trash. 98% is corporations and manufacturing and all that. So when you hear about like the Pacific Garbage Patch, that's corporations shipping their garbage elsewhere and just paying someone to dump it somewhere not there. That's not you and your local landfill.
It is not your straws. It's not your plastic containers even. It is not your Lean Cuisine containers.
That is a distraction, so you don't hold corporations responsible and make them have to lose some of their profits. And when I say some of their profits, I mean a fraction of a fraction of a fraction of a percent of their profits is what they are doing this over.
So do not worry yourself. You are not part of the problem.
You can't. You are just not creating enough.
And we've tiptoed around this a little bit here, but I will say coziness is a great way to help yourself feel secure. So get yourself a nice bed sheet. If you can afford a full bed set, do that. That's great. But if not, get that one cozy sheet that you can pull over yourself, that the one that touches your skin, make it most comfortable, softest, whatever you like feeling that you can have in the world. Get yourself a nice pair of socks.
And maybe even look at gifting yourself a weighted blanket.
Yeah.
If that helps you feel better.
I love the feel of a little bit of weight on my back when I'm sleeping on my stomach or my side. It feels so comforting. Like I'm a little baby again. Love it. You deserve all those things. Everyone, if you are watching this, you've made it to the nearly the 3-hour mark. I'm going to tell you now, you deserve the pillow on your back or the weighted blanket. You deserve the nice sheets with the Egyptian cotton if you can afford it. You deserve. I don't like the deserve word most of the time because people abuse it, particularly people with privilege abuse this word. But I am telling you now, if you've made it 3 hours into this episode of the podcast live stream, you deserve the nice sheets. You deserve the weighted blanket or the pillow or the really cute, enormous stuffed animal.
Yeah.
You deserve.
A
And
squishy
again,
mellow.
huh?
Are they
Yes, you
squishy?
deserve the squishmallow in the animal you most identify with or want in your bedroom. You absolutely 1000% deserve it because you are a good person who is trying to learn how to improve your life and the lives of your friends by watching this episode and hanging out with us. You absolutely deserve
And
yourself the squishmallow.
look, something else. Every 6 months, go put your pillow into the washing machine and go dry it. And you'd be surprised how much that fluffing up really does help revive it.
Mm-hmm.
Because pillows get, literally beaten down
Mm-hmm.
with your head.
The
And
weight
they
of your
need to
head.
be, just like you, they need to be periodically fluffed back up.
Yes.
One thing that has helped me is I don't like blank walls, as you can tell.
Yeah.
Like,
I never would have guessed.
I know, like,
What?
I want to have something that's me in the house. That makes me
Mhm.
happy to look at every day. Especially during the pandemic when I was working from home and we weren't allowed to leave the apartment except for groceries. Like, you weren't even supposed to go outside for a walk. Like, it was ridiculous. So, yeah, like going stir crazy of all the white walls. Like, it's nice to have put down some roots, even though it's not permanent roots.
Right.
I'm just renting,
Mhm.
but it's my place, and I want
Right.
it to look like I'm here.
Amen.
This does
actually
not look like my parents' house at all.
I'm sure after what you've told me about your I'm like, yeah, I don't think Bride of Frankenstein is on the wall at your parents' house in any form.
Although that does remind me of something else. Gloria and I talked to each other about years ago when we were trying to grow up, I guess you'd call it. But it's like trying to learn. All right, what are all the things we didn't learn in our family? What are the things successful families know that we don't?
Right.
So one of the things we started researching, I know it sounds weird, but sports families, because part of sports is achievement, and it's like, what are the things we noted about all of those families? And one of the things we noted that we can all put into play in our homes is they have pictures of the family around, and just doing random things, not the posed for the holiday pictures, but the when you went to go have fun
Ended.
pictures.
And again, when we say family can be family of origin, it can be chosen family, it can be whatever, however you define family. Your ride or dies, okay, y'all?
But you need
Your ride or dies. So
but
guess
you need
what?
an actual visual.
My non ride or die family members are not on any of these walls. You would not know them if you came to my house because I have absolutely zero pictures of them up, but I have the pictures of my ride or die family and chosen family on the walls.
Because you need your brain, the back of your brain, your subconscious needs regular visuals of those that make you feel secure. So yes, put up pictures where you can see them of the people that make you feel safe and secure as well, even if they are not near you, even if they live in another state. Have the picture, because
even if they've passed away, to be perfectly honest, if every time you see it, you are reminded of how cherished and loved you feel and have felt in the past and how you feel now, then put those up. Put up the pictures that remind you how cherished and loved you are. Whatever that is, you need those constant reminders and put them in the places you see all the time. That is specifically what high achieving emotionally regulated families do is, so think about like hallways, because you're passing by or passing through your hallway all the time. Also, you're going to see them like where people who sit in the living room, where they look often. So the picture that's like most important to them will be across from where they like their favorite recliner or couch seat. And that's how like families put up pictures, is so that the pictures that are most important to each person, they will see in the places they most often like to sit, where they walk the most, and so on, so that you are constantly reminded that you belong.
That's what vacation pics are really for, including the vacations you take with your friends.
Mm-hmm.
And if I can just say real quick, don't, unless it's like really meaningful to you and really matters, don't decorate according to an aesthetic. Put up whatever makes you happy. People that have those really aesthetic, like my minimalist house, my whatever the current trend is house, they do that to impress other people, not to make themselves happy.
Or just find your own aesthetic.
Yeah.
My mother loves to bake and to cook. And she's found that it really helps her with coping with her anxiety. And so she's been like, and having a hobby now. And so she's been pouring hours and weeks and years into this hobby. And so what she wants to do now in the living room, like the dining area, where she now has a big, beautiful table with matching chairs, is she wants, my dad used to be like a professional photographer. And so she's going to have my dad take pictures of the food that she's made and frame it and put it on the walls around the dining table. So, like, yes, we have the living room with the family photos, but now she's going to have a gallery of her food.
Yeah, she wants pictures of her own achievements that she's proud of, to remind her how valid she is, how she achieves things she sets out to achieve. That is what emotionally resilient people do.
You better believe I have my books in my office and around the house, and the artwork that I've done for other people and stuff. Like, yeah, you have your achievements out. That one of the things that we keep going back to is this confidence thing. Learn to toot your own horn.
And again, you don't have to feel it before you do it.
No.
Because the human brain can't tell the difference. So if you just mimic the behaviors of emotionally resilient people, you yourself will become more emotionally resilient, whether you meant to or not.
Yeah, this is one of the few times you can literally fake it till you make it.
You just copy other people. Just copy other people. It's totally fine. It absolutely works. So again, that is what we've done. So like up in our house, there's framed images of mine and Tom's photography that we're very proud of, that we like the look of, that we think is worthy of being framed. Guess what? It's framed, professionally framed. We paid the money, y'all. We paid the money that people thought we were insane for. And we were like, bitches,
we're worth it.
Oh, yeah. Guess who still got an A? So, but that is my point. Like we're very proud of our photography. So we took our favorite prints. We printed them out. We had them professionally done. It's there's Michael's. That's where amateurs go. There is a framing company in town. Newell's, right? Newell's, right?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, because they used to have an envelope company, and that's where, it gets real confusing real fast. But anyway, same family. But they have a framing business. You go in and you consult with a professional framer, and you sit there or stand there looking at whatever it is, a painting, your photography, whatever it is. And like you're there an hour picking out and discussing color, discussing different mats.
The textures of the mats.
Turns out there's different cores in the mats that I didn't even know existed before. And then you're discussing the frames because they can make anything. And I'm like, you can make anything into a picture frame? Like, and they're like, yeah, you got wood? Bring me wood. I will make it myself. Like, what? With your hands you will hewn? I can bring you a slab of wood or concrete and you will hewn it. And they're like, I can literally cut anything you bring me and make it into a picture frame. And I'm like, how expensive would that be? Y'all, $30. So I'm like, so that's what I mean. If these are real professional framers, they're like, we can make anything into a frame. And like, we have sent them some very difficult cases, including like other people who were like, how should I frame this? And I'm like, oh, that is tough. You need to go to Newell's. And even Newell's is like, this is going to require an expert consultancy. Come back with it in 3 days when the expert will be back from Jackson. You know, that sort of thing. And sure enough, Newell still did a great job. So when it matters, I would like to suggest things like seeking out professional framers. If you have something that you definitely want to really look amazing, because it's going to live with you forever.
If I had the money, I would make shadow boxes for my autographed shoes that I hand painted.
Yes. Also, shadow boxes are not necessarily that expensive. You can purchase those from Michael's and those type of stores.
That would fit Converse shoes in them?
Yes,
Yep.
ma'am.
Yeah.
That'll fit basketballs and bigger. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Sports are a thing.
I saw.
Laura, I love you. Let me count the ways.
I saw at someone's house. It turned out I did not know at the time when I went to this first time, because again I went to a lot of people's homes as doing home parties, and people don't introduce themselves as like, this is our empire. Anyway, so this guy, it turns out his wife hired me to do a party. Well, when I went there, sure enough, in a box, shadow box thing, was a metal garbage can lid, like a big traditional garbage can lid,
Had they used it as a shield?
and a plaque inside the shadow box. And the plaque said, I can't remember the guy's name, so let's call him John Edward, because it's a real common name. John Edward's first garbage can he ever emptied. It was from his parents' house. It was still in their garage. It was beat to hell. It was ugly as hell. He had it professionally put in a shadow box. And the man owned 12% of Waste Management at the time. The company, Waste Management. So again, when it matters to you, think about framing it, whether you actually literally frame it, or if you just give it a place of pride in your home. Whatever you do, it is worth it. Like I've said to Tom before, do I need to get you a trophy? I'll get you a little trophy. You deserve a trophy. You want a medal instead? I knew someone, Uncle Hilliard, who is, since we've learned, is not actually my uncle. But Uncle Hilliard once bought a medal for one of his sons, who was like, let us say, the least winningest of his 6 children. And it's like, this is the one son who was not much of a jockey. He wasn't athletic. So he made him a medal that was like, what was it? The finest 8-year-old boy in the world is what this man who had gone to the trophy shop and asked them to put on this. And why? Because he had sons of other ages. He's like, so, and this was his youngest. He's like, so no one else is going to be 8. This is fine. And then, hung on, that medal was hung on, because I was staying in the boy's old room. The man was 20 years older than me. Anyway, I stayed overnight, and there was also a trophy for the finest young man of 1993. Something to that effect, and the medal was hung on this little very nice looking trophy. That again, his father had gone, because he's like, every one of my children deserves trophies and medals. But this son didn't really go for competitive things and wasn't winning lots of awards. but I still wanted him to know that at home he was achieving just as much to us as parents as all the older kids. And I thought that was really, really sweet. And I've since talked to some of his other older kids, so, and I was like, did you ever feel like that was kind of weird of your dad and mom to do that? And they're like, no, they explained that because, he didn't really compete in a lot of stuff like we did. He wasn't getting much, but they wanted him to feel like he won just as much as us, that we were a whole family of winners. And so, no, they talked to us about it, and it absolutely made sense, and we all agreed. And several of those awards, various of their grown children told me several of the awards we actually went to the trophy shop with mom or dad to pick out. We're the siblings who picked those out. So it was a family thing. And I thought that was just really lovely and sweet.
It is.
Like my father, I used to win ribbons in dance when I was a kid. I was in dance from 1st through 3rd grade. I loved dance class. We did tap and jazz and ballet, and I loved it. And I was really good at it too, which of course was great. And we won lots of ribbons. And no one else in my family had ribbons or trophies or prizes. My parents, for whatever the reason, I don't know if they didn't win much. They never really talked about winning stuff when they were young. But so since no one else put up those kind of things growing up, I didn't know to do it, even though I saw other people in their homes. And they would have like a whole wall of trophies and ribbons. But my father kept every one of them and was like, do you want me to put it up? I'm like, nah, it's okay. So he just very carefully kept all of them in an expanding file folder for me and gave them back to me when I was 18. He's like, here. And I'm like, why did you save all of these ribbons from dance and various other things where I've gotten prize ribbons for? And he was like, because you won them and I'm proud of you. Like, how do you not understand? But to know that he cherished them. And I asked mom, did you know he did those? Or, because y'all never really seemed that impressed about him at the time when I got him. And she's like, oh, I was the one who made your father go out and get a nice expanding file folder. Yeah, of course I knew about it. I was involved. I'm a parent. Like, okay, mom. But yeah, she's like, absolutely. I even talked to your father when I knew we were going through the divorce of, when are you going to give Glory her stuff back? That's when we discussed that.
By the way, that was really a quote from our mother. I am a parent.
I would be surprised if mom were still alive if she would have come out as non-binary, quite honestly. It just wasn't a thing she was aware of. But she often talked about herself in those kind of terms.
And not after Carrie, but I would say also your mental frame is important, because I see you saying your non-sales in chat. Remember, if you're a fantasy or sci-fi writer, don't expect to see sales until your book 3 comes out. Mm-hmm. That's just the nature of the market. That's what friends and family are for, to remind you. Sorry.
And also, frame your book covers.
Yep.
Get it printed in a very, a professional printer of whatever size, honestly, I'm going to be practical here. If all you can afford is an 8x11 frame, or the next one up, what is it, 11x17 for an 8x11, something like that, then get your book cover printed in an appropriate size for framing that you can afford. But also remember later, when you have more money, maybe you should get a bigger frame. Maybe you should get a bigger print. Yes.
They do.
So it's you should be proud. Those are achievements. Look, nobody has to give you your achievements for them to be an achievement. You can make your own achievements. That's why they're called achievements. Okay? You just got there. You didn't need anyone's permission for it to be valid. Gatekeeping is not required for it to be worth noting. So go ahead and have those covers framed. Put them on the wall. Maybe someone will come over one day and ask about them, and you can tell them.
And another achievement that we really do not cheer on nearly enough, but Glory does bring up a bunch, is the surest sign of success is perseverance.
Yes.
So, like, one thing all new adults eventually at some point work on is working on having savings.
Yeah.
Even if you never build up your savings, just you could definitely give yourself a medal of 2023 I achieved saving $100 for 8 different months. Even if you then had to use it on different projects, the part where you're able to achieve that goal at the time is what matters. Instead of but I didn't have it by the end of the year. It doesn't but you were able to accomplish what you set out to do, and then you were able to use it for stuff that came up, because welcome to life. That's what matters.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we had a friend who just complained like they hated savings because invariably something would come up that they have to use the savings on. It's like, that's the whole point. Instead of being without a car, you had $2,000 you could spend to fix it quickly. Can you imagine what your life would have been without that? Like, no, it was exactly what you really accomplished the goal.
Yeah, we tried to talk to her again and again about this, of savings. The goal of savings is not to hoard money. It is to have financial security for when bad things happen, you can quickly and easily recover or resolve the problem.
Or when really good deals show up.
Right.
You can take advantage of them.
Like, the fact that you use the money is not a failure. That's literally the point of it. It's like being upset that every day your children come home hungry. Like, I fed you yesterday. Isn't that enough? I'm quoting my mother. And I'm like, guess what? I'm hungry every day. She's like, oh, God, nobody told me this about parenthood. And I'm like, well, then you were surrounded by fools and idiots. Because you have a body as well. It should have known people are hungry on the daily.
But yeah.
And that is how I became in charge of dinner every day in middle school.
Oh, it's such an improvement.
Oh, God, yes. So much better than macaroni and cheese and tuna on a plate.
Oh.
Never mixed together. Weird.
But yeah, like, security is they saw, like, I think one that is drastically underappreciated. And it's sort of actually what we are sort of tiptoeing around the circle of.
Mm-hmm.
In that very bottom layer is homeostasis. And what that is predictability. If you can just bring some predictability to your life.
Whatever happened to predictability? Milkman, the paperboy, the evening TV. Sorry.
It's easier to cope with the rest of
I
life.
was muted or I would have been singing along with you.
You should have sung with me, so I don't sing alone.
Is, having that, like, that savings actually makes for more predictability, so that when surprises show up, oh, you can quickly take care of it. It doesn't stay with a problem.
Mm-hmm.
Or, oh, I forgot to do my shopping. Well, I've got some savings. Guess what? I'm going to take myself out to eat today.
Right.
It's not a failure. Oh, I didn't keep the savings. It's, well, the savings thank God I had some.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
That's literally what happened in November and December for us. Tom saw a great deal on Alaskan king crab, and Tom knows this is the thing glories crave. You're very welcome, kid. This is the thing. And he's like, zoinks! I have what's set for her. And then hid it in the deep freeze and forgot about it. But, I mean, he dipped into the savings to buy it. But that was the point of the savings, for when he sees a great deal and a real find, he could just buy it knowing we're financially okay. It's not like, oh, well, electricity will be paid a week late. No, everything's fine because it's in the savings. And yeah, it was a great New Year's Eve, y'all. It was great. And the same thing when Tom saw the prime rib like a couple days before Christmas on clearance. And he's like, zoinks! But then, hey, we have a little savings. Fine, it's fine. It's not this, oh, but where will we take this money from this week? Yeah, no, none of that. It's fine.
Only rich people use money as a life score because they have nothing else to do.
And because they have nothing else redeeming in the slam.
But yeah, it's one of the
Like-
greatest things about having a deep freeze is occasionally when we go through to clean it out, going, oh, surprise lamb! Like, it's because you put stuff in there and then you kind of forget about it for a little bit. And then it's like, oh, Santa came and left us this glorious present.
It's something that Tom and I joke about when we are financially in a very lean month or 2 or 3, as has happened. What we do is we eat out of the pantry in the deep freeze. And we joke about, you can tell that things are not going great financially for us because we eat like kings. And it's because we have like stashed all of these really delicious choice foods away for a rainy day. And that's when we bring them out when it's pouring. And so, yeah, it's like whole turkeys and whole hams and,
Sides of
beef and whatever's down there. And, in the
a
pantry,
lot of fruit.
we'll bring out the wine, the good wine. We bring out all the delicious choice specialty foods from the back of the pantry that's shelf stable, all the choice little bits, the international imported good foods. And that is when we eat all the good stuff, is when we so broke, we can't. How does it go? Okay. When you so poor, you can't afford the R, you just po. That's what they say down here. When you so poor, that's what my third graders used to say. When you so po, you can't afford the R, you just po. And I love it. They were so cute. I could still see Rashad's little face explaining this to me like he's lecturing. Miss Fink. But like it's kind of funny. Like, we remark about it because we've been doing this now for years this way of, you can tell things are not going great financially right now because we're eating so well. But I highly recommend it. Also, it really helps keep the emotions, the feelings buoyant.
Yep.
Because you're not eating sadness food. You're not eating, what was it? Dottie used to call it? What was it when we were on a certain budget? What did she call it? Not a redundancy budget. It was
Oh God.
not a ration budget. What was it?
What's the worst economic policy you can have?
Yeah, what is that word? It's not astringency. It's not abundance.
Austerity?
It's an austerity budget. Yes. Oh God. When our stepmother would put the family budget on austerity budget, it was terrible. The food was awful. It felt like a punishment. Like, you're all in trouble for being poor.
Yep.
And like, we remarked, and it was like that when we were growing up in our own parents' household, of like, anytime like financially we weren't doing well, it was the worst food. It was the food no one wanted. It was awful. And it felt like everyone was being punished because of the poverty. Like, this is what you get for being poor. And even when we tell other people, that's what they literally say to us. Well, poor people eat like poor people. And how nice, and we talked, Tom and I remarked, since, we've been doing this, of how nice is it that neither of us ever feel like we're being punished for being temporarily unable to spend money for weeks or months. Because instead, we eat freaking well during it.
Yeah, I've worked really hard over the years to get over my abusive relationship with beans, because when I was a kid and money was tight, that was lunch and dinner.
Mm-hmm.
Was just boiled beans, because you could get dried beans really cheap, and because we couldn't afford anything else, they had like no flavor added.
Mm-hmm.
Salt if you were lucky. And it took me a long time to get to the point where I could even start eating and even enjoying some, because immediately it was this thing in the back of my brain, like, the world has collapsed. Everything's bad. We're going to have to move again. Like, just, it set off all of the alarms just because there was a bean in the food. And, figuring out those learned behaviors is good to help get over them, but also setting yourself up so that you don't reinforce them. So, like when we fell on hard times, well, we love rice, and rice is cheap. You can get big bags, especially we were living in California at the time. Get big, giant bags of rice, really cheap, and it's actually fairly nutritious if you're getting good rice. So we ate rice all the time, like we never allowed ourselves to do. And while we were barely like subsistence living when that last year in California, it doesn't stick in my brain like those beans did. Because those beans, that was punishment food.
Mm-hmm.
I did not like the taste of them, the texture of them, anything.
Because also it's the way people act about it.
Yeah.
Where, it feels like a punishment because of how they're acting. Like, look, you eat it or not. That it's a different versus, hey, we're rolling pennies for gas, but we eat like kings at home. Of like really kind of restructuring our thought process and our essentially our household policies.
Yep.
Really has helped give us a sense of security and safety of we don't feel like we're naughty children when we don't have the money to buy, groceries that month. Carrie says, right after Joe and I got married, we were both unemployed at the same time, literally living off mac and cheese, hot dogs, and ramen. Until we were able to get on food stamps, which helped a bit, but that process is a pain in the patootie.
It really is.
I couldn't look at a box of mac and cheese for over a year after we got jobs again. Oh yeah, I get that.
One of the worst ones we ever experienced was an odd one.
Oh, God.
But there was a year that was really lean, and it was back when we had, I think it was just after we had this, we closed the store, or while we had the store. I don't remember quite when, but I just remember there was an entire year, where we just had Subway every day.
Right after we closed the store. I never want to eat Subway again. I've told y'all about this. So essentially, somebody paid off their gargantuan, multiple $100 late fees with half of an entire roll of Subway stickers. Subway stamps, and half a box of those cards you'd also get. Because back then you didn't even have to buy anything to redeem your 6-inch subs. So, yeah. And none of the stamps back then were earmarked. So they couldn't figure out which franchise it came from or whatever. And finances were so bad. That was pretty much all we ate were Subway sandwiches and occasionally other food, but it was mostly just Subway for a whole freaking year. I have tried all the Subway sandwiches multiple times, Joe. I've tried all the breads. I've tried it all. You can't polish that turd. And this was before they even did the toasting and everything. Oh, no.
But yeah, and that's why I'd say find the stuff that you enjoy. I mean, it helps that Gloria, it's actually one of the benefits of having ADHD. So we will get foods we like. And whenever it's lean times, then we start looking through it. It's like, oh, surprise, surprise. I forgot we had this here.
Oh, yeah.
And that, again, helps so much so you don't get that feeling of never again. I don't ever want to be like that again. It's it was a rough time. We made it through.
Yep.
It really helps change the frame of things. And that is part of what security is. It's not that bad things don't happen. It's that you feel you're able to handle it.
Yep.
Bad things happen to everybody. Everybody. Even the obscenely wealthy and the absolutely indigent. Bad things happen to everybody. How you deal with it, how you frame it for yourself, that is often really dependent on your own mindset. And so we're trying to teach everybody how to biohack their own brain. Also, that where you can pick up these resources, these are great resources. We have curated this. We have worked hard to test. I highly recommend a countertop dishwasher if there's no dishwasher in your living space. And I do highly recommend a tiny deep freeze so that you can like pick up meat deals and other deals that freeze well.
And like
Or
I love,
again, when times are tough.
and again, I
just
love
messaged one on Kijiji.
Ooh.
Nice. And like I love those rectangular box, ones meal containers that are microwavable and freezer safe, in part because they are perfect for microwaving noodles in.
Yeah.
Whether
Tom
it's
loves
ramen or spaghetti or whatever, you can microwave in those, and then it's you don't have to clean out pots and pans either.
Yeah, Tom also likes to microwave grits and oatmeal in those. Really, you name the carb, he has cooked it in there. And,
And
and yes, I have made pancakes in there. They are not round, but they still taste like pancakes, and they are great with syrup. And that is honestly what truly matters.
Did somebody say that there's going to be a time and power setting chart coming out on their Substack?
is that what we need? Is the
Yeah, I can make an infographic if Tom, you make me a list of your times for your cooking. Absolutely, we can put that out for y'all because we heart y'all.
Because I'm sitting here listening to this going, wait, I can just make my noodles in the microwave and not have it be awful because I have such a bad
That is what I do
with microwave noodles.
I make, you name it. We've done the long noodles like spaghetti. We've done the egg noodles and the elbow macaroni because I love Hawaiian macaroni salad. But again, Gloria ain't pulling out a pot. Yeah, it's too much ADHD executive function skills for me.
And the nice part, if you like grits in oatmeal, is because microwaves only heat up to the temperature of water. I mean, if you put fat, they can actually get a little bit hotter than that, but that's a different concern. You can truly make sure that the carbohydrates fully emulsify and gel. Gel. So that it will be as creamy as you can get without worrying about burning it, which,
I don't recall ever burning my oatmeal or grits in the microwave. I mean, I'm sure you can if you try real hard, but you have to try a lot harder than on the stove. I'll put it that way.
And also, microwaves are the best way to make puddings.
Mm-hmm. If you want crazy thick pudding, whether you eat it warm or refrigerated cold, the way to get it is you can get super gel action in the microwave by cooking it in the microwave versus you cannot get that type of heat on the stove. There is science behind this. But you can microwave your puddings in the microwave. You cook your puddings in the microwave and they will be that lovely, luscious, super thick that you can then refrigerate or just eat warm for dessert. And again, it's just milk, cornstarch, sugar, vanilla, and or cocoa powder. That's all. Or whatever kind of pudding you actually want. Brown sugar if you want butterscotch pudding. That's how you do it. But yeah, we can make you a chart. We can make everybody a chart for how to cook all these things.
Saying that sounds like magic. That I want to learn.
But yeah, like everything, it is one of the things people forget about when they first started cooking is if you forget to play when you are learning something, you forget to actually test and see what happens when you go too far. And that's how you really learn it. So I definitely understand probably what Charlie's talking about with the noodles in the microwave. Because I know plenty of people who just cook it till it's boiling for 2 to 3 minutes, and no, that doesn't work.
Mm-mm.
That will hydrate them enough to make them, chewable, but that won't actually give you those restaurant-style noodles that most people are looking for. That is a different way of microwaving that, I've had to work on, but I had to experiment and go further and in different directions than you would normally think.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, honestly, I'm having a full-on Coral, what is this magic kind of a moment right now.
Yeah, we could actually make a couple shorts as well, going over the different appropriate containers too to microwave pasta.
Yeah.
Because we have learned all that too. Yeah. All right. Aside from the fact that twinkle lights are magic, and did y'all know that all animals on the planet Earth seem to be attracted to twinkle lights? Yes, not just mammals either. They thought at first it was mammals too, like only mammals, but it turns out they have not found any animals on this planet that are not attracted to how twinkle lights work.
We just like point light sources.
Some animals have a preference for the intensity or like how bright or how many. But essentially, all of us on planet Earth, everything alive, and even some plants, are attracted to stars. And literally, all of our brains light up. All the animals with brains that they can test, and with plants, they test electromagnetic, whatever, circuitry. And we all get happy and excited when we see twinkle lights. They are calming yet fascinating, and they comfort us, yet we also like looking at them. And yes, during that previous break, I was testing it on the cat, and she was very much fascinated by these twinkle lights. So I just want to point out again, do you have adequate twinkle lights in your home? One of the things I've noticed in my study of the Nordic, what is it, Haga, whatever that is.
Hygge.
Yeah, we're all probably right. It's fine. But this concept of coziness and contentment and comfort, one of the things I've noticed on videos from people in these cultures, in the Netherlands and other parts of Scandinavia, like Norway and stuff, is every one of them mentions these dang twinkly lights. I swear to God, all of Scandinavia has got to be covered internally in the homes in twinkle lights. I swear to you. But there's a psychology behind it, and it's not just human psychology. It's all living creatures apparently like twinkle lights. Lean into this, and ask yourself if there is a place in your home that you could add twinkle lights to. The beautiful thing about living in the 21st century, because I know it's kind of dystopian, and I get that. But one of the lovely things is twinkle light technology has made leaps and bounds forward. And that means you can get very low price twinkle lights that are, for instance, waterproof. So you can have twinkle lights in your shower or bathroom. That you can have twinkle lights that are approved for long-term outdoor use, like constant outdoor use. That are snow approved for snow and or hurricane. There are twinkle lights available that are safe to be in people's bedrooms, that are essentially fire resistant and are low energy, and that they're not using much of your electricity either. So you don't have to worry about long-term cost or heat output. But all of them are comforting. So how can you add more twinkle lights to your environment? Especially, and here's my favorite part, just about all these twinkle lights come with timers. Oh God, I love them. I love timers. Timers are the neurodivergent friend. Yes, I agree. You absolutely need twinkle lights in your bathroom and shower. I absolutely 1000% agree. I endorse this then. If you need that, I will send that in a certificate. So, my point is, there are many wonderful, comfortable rooms in your house. Hopefully, there's at least one. Preferably, it's at least your bedroom, right? Because that's the place you really should feel comfortable and safe and warm and cozy and content.
What's
but do you have twinkle lights in there yet?
That's the place with the most white room, like the white walls in my whole house.
Well, you could put up twinkle lights. Did you know that 3M makes a specific kind of clear command hook that is specifically designed for twinkle lights.
Yep.
Bless them.
And-
And you can get them on sale on Amazon.
And you can buy them, twinkle lights, by the sheet. Not just
Yes.
by the strand, but by the sheet. And they make wonderful wall hangings. They're amazing. And we may have the entire inside roof of our deck covered in them so that when we go out there, it maybe block the stars, but it makes its own.
Yes. So I just want to throw that out there to like start thinking of, do I have adequate amount of twinkle lights? And the answer is probably you could do better.
Honestly, I don't know that there is a do you have too many twinkle lights standard that you could apply.
I'm just saying, get the waterproof ones for every bathroom should have them.
I'm a kid of the 90s and remember when everybody was going to the clubs wearing the twinkle clothing.
Yes, I remember that. That was awesome. I may have experienced a certain amount of envy and lust about clothing.
Also, waterproof twinkle lights in the bathroom means you don't have to turn the light on at night when you need to go visit. Because I know I don't want that much light when I'm...
No, my eyes. Ugh. You're going to say, Laura?
So another thing, I do have some twinkle lights. I need to put them back up and detangle them. But another thing that I found,
blob up on the wall, honey. It's art.
gosh, is I like
My emotions.
yes, my brain is good smells.
Mm.
So if I have the mental capacity, I will put a big, huge pot on the stove of water with oranges, cloves, and cinnamon and boil it for hours. If I'm not sure I'll be able to catch it in time before the water runs out, I just go with the diffuser.
Mm-hmm.
That's
you can
where-
honestly use a slow cooker even with the lid off.
Yeah, say a slow cooker or an electric pressure cooker, which will also slow cook in general. Just put those on.
You could definitely do that. And there's even diffusers, like the electric kind. Ooh, kitty defies gravity. That have timers as well. Like that will only be on for 2 to 4 hours or up to 8 hours. I know at the library we had one of those. Somebody donated, like they sold whatever MLM that is, but like the one that, because they asked us, they wanted to donate a pack to the library, which was really sweet. But they were like, but what kind do you want? So we looked through the catalog and we're like, we want the one with the timer because we're not going to remember to turn it off before we leave the library. And so it had an 8-hour timer. And so that was wonderful. And it's something to like think about of if scent is an important thing for your, your cozy state. And by the way, after we got that one, there turned out several people who saw that branded diffuser thing came up and told us that Amazon started selling a dupe that was even better because it was a 24-hour cycle timer so that you never had to turn it on again. It was just every, 24 hours. And so you only had to load it up once a week with the stuff in it. Mm-hmm. And we're like, oh, we could definitely, as librarians, remember that once a week to check the levels of the wax thingy in there. So again, like there's a lot of options if you are looking to make a scentscape, as Glade called it 20 years ago.
We have an electric brazier that you can just put your incense in. And because modern cones are crap, and I really want to start making my own incense again, but they only burn they don't want to burn all the way down. And so you're buying them because I really like the smell. I really like this. And I've tried various brands and stuff, but it's great because I don't have to worry about burning my fingers on lighting anything. You just literally can toss the incense in it, and it has a timer that runs for basically how long cone incense would burn for, and it shuts itself off. So I don't have to remember to shut itself off, but it burns evenly and slowly the entire time, and it's that wonderful scent just fills the room. That's really nice for a good And you can use it with cone incense, and you can use it with raw incense too. So if you just have the ingredients, it doesn't have to have the charcoal in it.
So I'm a Disney adult. I have a problem. And
It's not a problem.
As
a Disney elder in the room.
It's a Disney elder. Okay, so I have a lot of good memories tied with the parks because my grandparents lived near it, and so we had an annual pass growing up, and we just go hang out with the grandparents at Disneyland. And so I love different smells of the parks, and so there's a couple companies, but there's one that makes different oils and bath bombs and soaps and stuff like that smell like the different rides and the different hotels and stuff like that, and some of the different foods. And so sometimes I will just pour some of the Pirates of the Caribbean water smelling stuff in my diffuser, let it go, put on my Minnie Mouse ears, and put on the fireworks show over the castle on my TV, and just be like, yes.
Nice.
I have brought the parks to my little house in Toronto. So sometimes that helps just to make it feel special and cozy.
Yeah.
Is like I'm bringing some scents and sights and stuff that bring me happiness into my house.
Down here near the Gulf Coast, there's a lot of people who have fond memories of being on the coast, and one of the most common scents and flavors is coconut down here, because in the 80s and 90s and 2000s, nothing reigned like the pina colada. And also the coconut oil, like sunblock and suntan oils and all of that. So coconut is a sense memory for a lot of slightly older people down here. And so like I've had so many people explain to me, I'm having a rough day, so it's a coconut filled day. And I'm like, cool, I like coconut. What are we doing? And like, it's just having that, smelling all the coconut things, like foods, and they'll burn a coconut candle and all these things, is very helpful to remind them of like their favorite vacations and experiences, because often coconut, because people wearing the sunblock and the suntan oil and eating coconut shrimp was a really popular thing in the late 90s, early 2000s down here.
Oh, God.
Drinking out of a coconut.
Yeah, drinking out. Yeah, that was a really big thing. And so this is part of their sense memories of wonderful experiences of vacations. Like, honestly, there was like a solid, 6 to 8 year period where all the casinos down on the coast smelled like coconut. I swear they were just piping that scent in. But a lot of people had a wonderful time down there, so that is like part of their sense memory. And so I see that of when people are having a bad day, they're going to bring out the coconut candle. And I think that's wonderful to like, for when you are having a rough day, what helps you remember the good times? Because the good times will return. This is just a blip. This is not forever, even though sometimes it feels like it's forever. And I know, because I have personally said this to Tom. Feels like I will forever live in this misery. Why can't I get free of this shit job? And Tom's like, I know it's not going to last forever, but it really has seemed like you've been miserable a long time. It's like, why would some people not die?
I mean, I've said that a lot too, but I spelled misery Missouri.
I mean, the more things I hear. Have you heard about Mohila? Do you know how many Mohila loans? Anyway, okay. I'm just...
So sometimes also I will buy myself flowers. I have a vase and I will have flowers on my desk as I work. And so I bring nature into my apartment because it is a desolate wasteland outside, especially right now. So like I can touch flower petals I can smell them, and it's so nice. Sometimes, like, it can be expensive, but bringing nature inside the apartment has definitely helped sometimes.
That's also where hard to kill plants are a really good thing,
Mm.
because I like to see green things, but Brian and I have black thumbs, like the blackest of black thumbs. Do you have weeds in your garden that you want dead? Ask us to take care of your garden. Tell us how much you love them, and they will be gone so fast. They will wilt in our presence as we walk towards them. But we have found a few kinds of plants that somehow resist our ability to just radiate plant death. And they are wonderful to have around. And one of my favorites, because they're usually cheap and very easy to find, but they're so pretty, are just the African violets.
Mm-hmm.
I cannot
Mhm.
kill them no matter what I do, whether I neglect and forget to water them for a while, whether I water them too much, whether just the cat decided, oh, let's play with the weird tub of dirt that is over there. Somehow they're just like, it's fine, and move on, move on with themselves. So having little things like that in the house has been really, really just helpful.
Mm-hmm.
Although, speaking of life, we have not brought up the other part of making us all feel secure. If you're
Our
able
dog
to.
named Roy.
Yep. I mean, dogs and cats definitely serve some great purposes, especially if you have anxiety,
Yeah.
because all these sounds that happen in your house can definitely be blamed on cats. And if you need to know if anyone is around, a dog is a great notification system, because whether they like them or hate them, they'll let you know there's someone new.
There's someone in the hall.
Right?
They're not at our door, but there's someone in the hall.
Or there's someone outside, like you should be aware. There's someone out there.
And I've
Go.
thought about it a lot. I've wondered what would have happened if Sasha didn't scare off the guy who kicked our door in, because you've heard her bark on any stream that I've done. She's got a very deep, bassy bark that makes her sound like a much bigger dog than she actually is.
Mhm.
And she was back in the bedroom with us, because it was like 5 a.m. when he kicked the door in, and just boogied as soon as he heard the dog barking. And like, one, I know she's a ride or die. Like, she would fight anything that gets close. Like, we have to be very careful when like strangers are walking on the street, because some of them she looks at and like, no, you're evil. Like, most of them she's just like, play with me. But every now and then she's just like,
Yep. That's how Cassie was with particularly she loved almost every single person she ever met, except a couple UPS drivers, and I was like, suspicious.
And
Although
one
we
of
did find out why she didn't like one of them.
Yeah, we actually found out by accident from a neighbor about why she didn't like one particular driver, and it was because he got arrested for dogfighting.
And I know one of the
for organizing it, and I was like, oh, she smelled dog's blood on him.
I know one of the people she doesn't like is a serial arsonist.
Yeah. Dogs know. And yeah, Cassie was the same way. Cassie was this tiny little 10-pound dachshund who sounded like a Rottweiler when she barked. And most dachshunds do, because by the time they're 2 years old, they'll get their bark. And by the time they're 3, they'll get their bark. And they are, Cassie was very smart. She understood hide and bark because her bark had way more impression, a bigger impression than her tiny little, what was it? They called her the chorizo. The neighborhood called her the little chorizo. And, but she'd hide in the azalea bush and bark at people. People thought there was a Rottweiler, a big Rottweiler around. And we're talking a 10-pound dog. But she was great for keeping me safe versus I know a lot of people who don't feel safe in their home who get a much larger dog like a Great Dane. And I'm not trying to talk anybody out of getting a Great Dane. If you like origami dogs, Great Danes are definitely your dog, but you're going to have to get a king-size bed because Great Danes, from what I'm told by Great Dane owners, insist on sleeping in bed, and they are truly bed hogs. I understand I'm also talking about a dachshund, and they are bed hogs too. but at least you can move them versus Great Dane really is legitimately taking up that space.
Great Dane is a small horse.
It is a small horse. They were actually used as small horses. They were used as in-city carriage,
Yeah.
horse. That's literally what they were originally for, was for the aristocracy to have the equivalent of golf carts before golf carts were the thing. You'd hook up 2 Great Danes to take you in a little tiny golf cart carriage. That's literally what they did. So, but you could get the same effect as a Great Dane with a Dachshund for a lot less food. I'm just throwing that out there. I'm not saying I'm a total Dachshund advocate, but maybe I am.
I keep staring at the chat at all the onion bread comments and just drooling.
So, again, that is one of the things I found so helpful about with a cat. I can blame all the weird noises on the cat, and I don't have to decide whether my home is haunted or not. Guess what? I'm not saying all homes are haunted, but it's much easier when you live with a cat. Because it's like, oh, that's the cat. That is not the ghost of my father. That's fine. It's the cat.
And also, if there is a cockroach that managed to find its way in,
Cat
it won't be there for long.
At least if you have a mouse or cat. And with the dog is wonderful for letting you know if somebody is nearby, particularly if you're not expecting somebody to be nearby. The dog will let you know. And so between the two of them, I definitely feel better. It definitely takes care of a lot of my anxiety because I don't have to wonder about the weird noises. Is that somebody or a ghost? And then I don't have to wonder, is that somebody who shouldn't be here? The dog and the cat will let me know. Also pettings.
So I have a buzz code, and so it'll ring the landline. And every time Roy's like, someone's coming, someone's coming, someone's coming. And he will just go insane and go and bark at the door like someone is coming. Like, calm down, sir.
But also, let's be honest, having a dog in your house, if you like dogs, having that dog barking when someone is near a door is very helpful to dissuade ne'er-do-wells. Just throw that out there. Because guess what? Criminals don't like to deal with dogs.
Yeah.
So it's a great way to dissuade potential ne'er-do-wells from anything.
Yeah. I have been alerted by this puppy about packages that have arrived at my door and I didn't hear anything. But he did.
He gonna let you know.
Oh, yeah.
I'm always... I find it interesting how much people, like, I guess I am very strange that, I don't mind most dogs, in part because I know how to work with them, so I can tell by their body language if they're any real danger to me. But, since I do delivery, I see them all the time, and most of them, are like, oh, I'm sorry, here, let me get the dog. I'm like, dog's fine. They're just excited to see me. I can tell.
All
Except
dogs
that one doesn't like me, but they're keeping their distance, so that's fine.
Yeah.
There's always one little, like, Jack Russell type that's just, I don't know you, I don't like you, go away. It's like, as soon as I drop this off.
A friend of mine's mom, when I was a kid, had a carpet of Yorkies, and I'm pretty sure that's the proper collective term for them, because they moved as like a unified carpet of yipping dogs. You always knew when they were on the move because they would all just yip, 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 like all of them. And she had probably 15, 20 of, like, she loved Yorkies way too much. Like,
That's a lot. That's
a
like
lot. It's a lot of dog. That is a lot of dog. Like,
I mean, that's more than a dozen, and I thought a dozen was excessive.
oh yeah, she had a special snow shovel for mucking out the pooping fence that she had set up for the dogs. Like, she would let them out, they would all relieve themselves in this one fenced off area of the yard that then had to be cleaned up because there were just so many of them that it was like a whole new layer of topsoil.
Wow.
Like, it was too much dog. But
wow. That's a lot of dog. Like, wow. All right. I'll be thinking about that all night.
Oh, like I grew up with so many people that had too much dog. I had another friend's mom who had, was it 7? I think it was 7 German Shepherds in one house.
Oof.
That is a lot.
That is a lot of dog.
That's
Yeah,
a-
my parents' best friend Kathy, she had she's passed away. She had a boxer rescue. It was a lot of boxers, y'all. It was a lot of problematic boxers. The reason it was a boxer rescue is because people, didn't treat a boxer right, and then the boxer was broken. And, she'd take him in. So she had a very large front and backyard, and then she had to subdivide her yard for various boxers who could not deal with other people and dogs.
So I'm in an apartment building, and some people here have big fluffy dogs that come up to their waist. It's
Yeah.
like, how will they fit in an apartment? You have two of these big dogs. I don't understand. Okay.
Depending on their what's the word I'm looking for?
Breed?
Nature. They may just be the kind of dog that just sleeps on the couch
Yeah.
until they are taken out for their walks, and they get like run like crazy, and they come back in the house and they.
Yeah, and also, like, if they're super fluffy, there may not be much to the dog itself anyway.
It comes up to my waist.
Yeah. You'd be surprised. Like, I've always been impressed with, what is it, Samoyeds? It's that big white fluffy.
Yeah.
They're almost all entirely fluff, I've been told. Like, they weigh very little. Spen says, my sister had a German Shepherd, and I can't imagine how anyone would cope with more than one of those anxiety-riddled Lion King hyenas. Yeah, fair. Heart-potted plant dogs. Yes, there are many. Like, I used to work for a couple who let the wife's sister move in with them, and she came with an 18-month-old and a 2-month-old. And that was actually why I was hired, was to take care of her 2 babies. And they had a Great Pyrenees female dog. And this dog was like, the dog on her hind legs was taller than me. And I mean, she was beautiful. She was a very sweet dog. But the husband would take the dog walking twice a day. But other than that, the female dog really didn't need a whole lot of physical exercise. Like, granted, she followed me everywhere around the house all day, every single day. But this was the dog that I told y'all about, like, at the end of the day when I'm just like sitting on the couch exhausted, letting the Weather Channel just wash over me. She would lick every part of the skin that she could find, like any part I didn't have clothes on. She'd lick me entirely. Just give me a massage. And I used to fight it, but at a certain point I'm like, whatever, I'm too tired to even fight the dog. I just afterwards go home and shower. But yeah, like, they had the world. You can't call it a backyard. I hate that the apartment complex called it a backyard. It was like almost a literal postage stamp. I think you remember, Tom, because it was the same. It was the next building over from our very first apartment complex up in Oxford, Mississippi. It was like, behold, a square of concrete. It's like little. People have bigger balconies than this.
You've got a place to cook out,
right? And then there was some grass, and there was no back wall of wood, just 2 side wooded fences, like these little. I could literally from the door stretch out, like while holding the back door. I could stretch out and touch the bottom of where the concrete ended. Anyway, so that's where I was supposed to put the dog out there anytime she needed to use go to the bathroom when they weren't home. Because I'm like, I cannot walk a dog and take care of 2 babies under, 8 months old at the same time. And they're like, no, you just literally put her out. She won't wander. I'm like, y'all, she goes down the hill all the dang time. I cannot be responsible. And they're like, yeah, no, it's fine. One time she brought me a dead bird. That
At least she liked you.
Huh?
At least she liked you.
Oh, she loved me. I was like, oh, thank you for this lovely gift. You wait right here. And then I got newspaper. And I was like, no, you go inside. You go inside so I can brush your teeth. Here, let me fold up and make a little coffin and put it under their flower pot that is empty. And then I told them when they came home, she brought a gift. It is your gift. I do not wish to have this gift. You need to dispose of this dead bird that you said she would never leave the little bit of grass. Guess what? She goes down that hill all the dang time through the woods. But yes, it turns out Pyrenees are actually quite fierce. So, yeah. They are very good defense dogs, which turned out to be a very good thing because the sister, whose babies I was taking care of, had an abusive ex-husband who was not as ex as she wanted him to be. And he came while I was working there, and she was working at Eckerd's. And he was banging on the door, and I refused to answer. He's like, those are my children. Open the door. I'm like, oh, hell no. And thankfully, I sat down, and he just kept knocking. And then she looks at me, the dog, looks at me, looks at the door, gets closer to the door, then looks at me like, are you okay with this? And I'm like, you tell him. And she goes, okay. And she's like, and then he's like, he stops, banging on the door. And she sits there and looks at me like, am I in trouble? I was like, good. She's like, and waits. And he kicks it. And she goes, and then she started banging, shouldering the door. And he's like, I could hear him yelling far away, to the parking lot. Like, no, I've never been treated this way. And then as soon as I was looking through the blinds, I could see he drove away. I immediately got on the phone to call Eckerd's to tell her manager, you better tell her right now. I did not say where she works, but in case he finds out, he is in a mood and the dog went just nuts. And then I called the wife who, and said the same thing. And I was like, you just need to know, I am not leaving here without an escort. And she's like, just don't leave. Don't open the door. I'm like, what if the dog has to go pee? She's like, I don't know. Just don't let her go far. Make sure she comes back. Well, it turns out she did have to go pee, but she was like, don't you dare close that door. The dog was like, don't you dare close that door. I am just peeing and I'm coming right back. We're going to protect this house. So again, I just want to point out, if you like dogs can be very useful in this world to help make sure that you feel safe and secure. Because ne'er-do-wells don't like dogs, it turns out. I'm not saying you don't like a dog, you're a ne'er-do-well. I'm just saying people who are trying to do violence, for some reason, are highly intimidated by all kinds of dogs. It's weird. Even
small ones. But also, we will say, just from experience, find someone who knows how dogs work as far as temperament and stuff before you go get yourself a dog. Because if you're inexperienced, it's really hard to tell, especially if they're young, who will have the right temperament for you. So tell someone what it is you're looking for. Even if you're going to adopt, tell them. A lot of the adoption, the dog
people who work at shelters?
Yeah. Have people who love pets, and they want to make sure they match up someone with the right type of dog. So tell them what you're looking for, and we usually have a better sense of what kind of temperament dogs have, of who will be good in this situation. So are you in an apartment? Are you in a house? How big is it? How big is the place for them to go play outside? What will be, their energy abilities to expend, and how often are you home? And they will, let you know which dogs have the temperament that will work for you.
Yeah, and the same for cats. Tom was looking for a cat for us for 2 years before he finally found a cat that matched the kind of temperament we were looking for. Because, look, I know all cats are psychopaths, but not all cat psychopaths are the same in their psychopathic tendency. I wanted a cat that liked to be petted. I want to pet a cat. You know, fur, nice. Prefer it on living thing than a coat, but you know, I'll take what I can get. Um, says as I unintentionally psychologically tortured our dog because I was 21 and never had a dog and listened to the wrong person's. That's a shame. So, like, Tom and I talked at length about what we both were looking for in a cat behavior wise. And like one of the things I mentioned to Tom is I love to play with cattails. That is how I've always been. And honestly, I cannot not play with their tail. Like, I don't hurt them, but I like to do this little fingering thing where I just back up. Y'all have seen me do it. And half the time I don't even realize I'm doing it. I just do it. And I've always been that way. So I was like, I need a cat that's cool with it and not like, how dare you have assaulted my tail. Which almost all cats I've met are okay with it when I do it because I'm not like doing it rough. But there's been a few cats that are like, madam, I don't know you like that. And I was like, it has to be a cat that's cool with their tail. And so Tom knew that going in. So, like, it's that sort of thing. Is knowing how you are and what kind of temperament you need. So, like, while I like to pet a cat, I don't like to pet a cat for an hour. I just want a little bit of petting and I want to move on with the whatever ADHD thing I'm puttering around the house with. But some cats are like, oh no, where are you going? You have to pet me now. We are in this for an hour. I booked an hour massage. And so again, I told Tom, like, it needs to be like they're okay with not being petted after like 5 minutes. Because my attention will move on. And that, you know, that they understand how to get out of the way. I don't like those cats that try to, like, every time. Have you ever had a cat when you're walking and they're trying to go in between your legs? Like, this cat will murder me. This is how I shall die. Because they're going to trip you up. I have had a cat like that. Not that I wanted this cat adopted our house. And this cat was like, oh, this is how I will die. I will trip and fall on my face, and that will be the end of my brain. And so I was like, nothing like that. I cannot have a trippy cat. Most cats don't do that, but really the white fluffy ones around here are definitely going to be the most likely to accidentally kill you / on purpose murder you. You only give white fluffy cats to people you hate around here. I'm just saying. Ironically, that's the cat people most often want to adopt from vet clinics and shelters, which I'm like, what is wrong with people? But anyhow, that's a whole nother matter. Some people just don't want to unalive themselves. They want a cat to do it, I guess.
Apparently, you have said the word cat enough times. McGonagall is going crazy.
Where is she? She has called me. I am here, madam. Worship me.
She was running around the house meowing at every door.
Ma'am, I hear you. I am here to be worshipped.
Just running around door to door to door. And just finally, she went down the hall and just started running in circles, meowing, and then gave up and went and laid down.
Poor baby. What a sweet baby. I want to pet you. I know. But yes, if you live in an apartment, don't get a bird dog. No. I had that. I had a basset hound that a friend guilted me into adopting. And as the vet put it, he's the most physically active basset hound I've ever seen in my life. She's like, I've never seen one this just endless energy. Oh my God.
But they're sleeping dogs.
Yeah, that's why I wanted a basset hound, and that is why somebody abandoned this basset hound puppy on the side of the road, apparently. Because he was not like a proper basset hound. He was a full-bred basset hound, though. Somebody abandoned a full-bred basset hound puppy on the side of a country road. And he was a lovely dog. He did not make a good fit, in part. That's the one I told you about, Arky. That the dog catcher down the street really did let him off his lead to catch him. And so we sent him to a basset hound farm up the way in the state. Literally, this man had 12 basset hounds.
Watching him unload them all from the back of his truck was a sight.
They're not lightweight, y'all. Their bones are made of lead.
He lifted each one in and out.
I'm like, can you not make a plank for them to walk down?
Oh no, they would not do that. Why would they do that?
They would do that because we made that for Arky for my stairs, and he was fine.
Really?
Yeah.
My grandpa's basset hound was the most stubborn animal I've ever
Oh,
seen.
there's well, again, I guess Arky was just different because Arky would do whatever I wanted.
Arky was actually in love with you.
Like, for all I know, in another life, Arky and I were like of the same species and had a love story. I don't know because Arky loved me in a way that I found mildly inappropriate. I did not love Arky back like that. I just wanted a rug dog, and I did not get one. I got somebody who was my cavalier prince in basset hound. It was weird. It was so weird. Even after we got him fixed, it did not solve the problems. But anyway, Arky went to live on a basset hound farm where he was very happy for the rest of his life. However, we did run into him one time when the man brought 8 out of his 12 basset hounds in a truck, and brought him to the dog park when I was there. Like, we truly met by accident, and had been 3-4 years.
I think so.
It's been a while, and Arky absolutely remembered me and was like, "Madam, I worried something." I mean, seriously, what did Arky used to be human? And once upon a time, we had some sort of Arthurian romance going on. It was weird. He was like, "Madam, I'm so happy to see you well. I have adored you and prayed for you often. But I now have an entire farm to lead. But it is so wonderful to see you are alive and know that forever you will be in my heart." It was weird to see a basset hound physically motion all of this at a dog park. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know dogs could be wistful.
Yes. He was, a wistful basset hound. They had renamed him Napoleon, by the way.
That sounds like the name of baby's first romance novel. How to write a romance novel for kids, The Wistful Basset Hound. How a basset hound finds his true love basset hound. It just seems like I can see this normativity all over this book.
It's honestly, in many ways, Cassie was the same way with me. And so, but she wasn't trying to nose my crotch or anything, you know what I'm saying? She just was I love her and I will die for this human. And everyone else is wonderful, but this is my human and we are in love.
It's a bit more on the, I hate to use these terms, but it was more on the lesbian than the hetero.
Yeah, I would not say dogs don't feel heteronormativity about me. It's just.
Oh no, I'm saying the children's book, which
because Arky would definitely had some possessiveness problems too, and
it was a problem. Other men, including my then husband, were not allowed to sit on the same couch as me. He was like, "Sir, I do not even deign to sit on the couch with her. You certainly are not allowed."
The female dog would wear a bow and have big eyelashes.
Mm-hmm.
It'd just be all kinds of problematic.
Versus my mother was allowed to sit on the same couch with me. My sister was allowed to sit on the same couch with me. My even then girlfriend was allowed to sit on the same couch with me, but no men were. Arky was very much, "No, you treat her as a lady or you get out." He was a very strange dog. But anyhow, I have no idea what we're going to talk about next week.
Things.
We'll come up with something.
Things and stuff and things.
Exactly. Does anyone have any final thoughts they would like to wrap up with?
Listen to yourself. If you don't feel secure, it's probably for a reason. Listen to yourself.
Also,
make some changes.
If you are not feeling regularly a certain sense of happiness and even occasionally joy, as well as regularly feeling contentment, it is time to investigate why. Now, I'm not saying for everyone their lack of contentment is because your home is ugly and gross.
No twinkle lights.
Right? I'm not. Because, like, often my lack of contentment had more to do with the shitty neurotypical people that I was surrounded by. But if it is something within your control, like your home environment, like your food security or insecurity, if it's something that you have influence over, then that means it's something that you can address. If it is not, knowing what is blocking your contentment is useful to know. And then knowing that there are things you can do to mitigate, including just simply scheduling more bubble baths. Like whatever works for you, you know? Like it won't make your life perfect, but you do have control over how you willingly spend the time you do have control over. Like, it's something to be aware of. You do not have to resign yourself to feeling miserable for the majority of every day of your life. It may take you months and even years to rearrange your life so that feeling miserable is a teeny tiny part of your day, but it is something that is possible for the majority of human beings. And yes, it may be that eventually at some point you're going to have to radically change your life and do what Tom and I call Fred and Purge of Name the Year. We've done this several times before we realized we were neurodivergent. Do you remember the Friend Purge of 2006? Or let us not forget the Friend Purge of 2003, where both of us would decide we were just absolutely disgusted with the people around us and just say goodbye to all those relationships.
Yep.
Yes.
I also feel like it's important to note that if there's just a generalized discomfort with your life that you can't quite put your finger on, that everything feels a little wrong, a little off, and you answer yes to the question, have you ever imagined that you were an alien or a monster? Have you heard of being gender nonconforming? Because as somebody that it took over 40 years for me to learn all of the basic words to be like, oh, that is me. This is one that is the hardest one to put your finger on because it's just a background radiation of things aren't right. Things are wrong. And it's something to check yourself on, because if you are simply a gender nonconforming person, that might be there are little things that you can do that can alleviate that dysphoria. There are things that you can do to ameliorate it and make it better that do not involve lots of money, because all transition is expensive. Don't let anybody try to pretend that it's not. Like even the simple things like electrolysis are crazy expensive. And that's cheap compared to like most of the other things.
Mm-hmm.
But
even a decent wig is expensive. Good Lord.
because a lot of people that I have known over the years, it didn't know what it was that was bothering them. They couldn't put their finger on it. They didn't have the vocabulary. And for some of them, they realized that they were on the ace arrow spectrum somewhere, that they were demi or somewhere over there. And that's why they were trying to conform to this allosexual life that was not who they were. I know quite a few people that were bi and got really locked in the binary of thinking they had to be either gay or straight, and did not believe that being pan or anything in the in between was acceptable. If there's just a general background radiation of everything is just wrong,
Or you feel fake.
Yeah. Start questioning these aspects of your life. The answer may be no, it may be something else, but these are some of the good signs that you may be gender nonconforming. You may be non-binary, because non-binary, like I said, is a very tricksy form of dysphoria because it's not, I want to be the other thing. It's often, like in my case, I want to be neither of the things.
Or in my case, I'm all the things and extras you've never heard of. Congratulations. Of like that. Of like, it could be a lot of different things.
And it can be really hard to put your finger on. So if you've tried all of these other things and nothing's helping, just interrogate those. Because the nice thing is, it's something you can try on. And if it doesn't fit, it's not for you. Just ask yourself, am I a they? Am I a whatever the opposite of your current pronoun is? Would I want a lovely caftan to walk around my house in and just feel like somebody from Golden Girls and just absolutely happy? You never know. Things can be magical. But if you just can't put your finger on it, that may be what you're experiencing. And there are a lot of really good resources out there and people you can talk to that will help you figure it out. You are not alone.
But also twinkly lights.
Always twinkly lights.
Twinkly lights make the queer better. I said it.
And you know that you're like super queer when you just start sweating glitter.
That's happened. Spence says your lack of contentment isn't because your house sucks, but making your house suck less will probably improve your contentment. I like how she puts it.
A good way to say it.
So yeah, like, hey, it's absolutely okay to be weird.
Yep.
And anyone who tells you it isn't is not your friend or ally. They are trying to put you in a box. Boxes are not where alive humans belong. Boxes are where things you buy from Amazon belong.
I am a 46-year-old queer non-binary goth. That is not something most people are willing to accept in like any of those words. But you know what? I don't care.
Right. I'm a perky goth. Let me tell you, I get shunned by all the regular perkies and all the goths. But guess what? I'm a multicolored goth. I'm all like, yay, let's sing Ring of Fire in a happy way.
That's true.
Thank you.
I'm like, you know what we could do? You know what this Clash song needs? An upbeat. Like, okay, yeah, they get mad at me. I'm not kidding. Anyway, my point just simply being, it is absolutely okay to be weird. It's good to be weird. The world runs on needing weird people to come up with the ideas that nobody has thought of yet. The stuff that seems so obvious to us as weirdos are the things the world desperately needs. So whether everybody is cheering for us or not, it doesn't matter. The world needs us. So guess what? We already have a place at the table, and don't let anybody tell you you don't have it.
As my friend Ted always used to say, normalcy is stagnation.
I don't know what's going on here, but okay.
Oh, I so want to get Glory some rainbow plaid.
Yes. Oh my God, that would be so super awesome. I used to have this brightly neon-ish colored plaid kind of shirt in middle school that my mother hated and I loved. Oh boy, did she hate it. It was fantastic. Spence says y'all are really inspirational on the whole self-reflective thingies. Oh, sweetie, we heart you too. Because of y'all's, I don't hate myself anymore for sucking. I probably just have ADHD and probably on the spectrum and cool with that. Exactly. It's awesome to be us.
Yeah.
I never understand what Noah means when he blurs stuff like this. I just share it because I hope others do too. But yeah, it's like, hey, we're weird and we're useful. So yay. Also, it's important for us to find each other so that we have a safe place to just be ourselves. So anyway, on that note, we will be at the after party in about 30 minutes in the Unicorn Council Discord server in the voice chat clubhouse. Everybody wants to is always welcome to join us. And if you are not part of our Discord server, to find an invite, it's down below in my link tree, in Glory's link tree link at the bottom of the link tree. Click on it. It's the Discord invite. The Upbeat Goth is like ska incarnate. I mean, I like ska till it got all like SA and creepy.
Incelly.
Yeah. But I loved it in the 90s. Oh, yes.
If you play Sisters of Mercy at 1.5 speed, they turn into Depeche Mode. It's kind of funny.
So I will see y'all all there, hopefully. And I hope that you have a wonderful week. And that you keep it weird, y'all. Keep it weird. Good night.
Night.
Let's do it.
Thank you.